Well, actually didn't mean to hit the live button, but I guess I did, so I guess we're live. I was trying to put this. What the hell? Oh, that's not good. What just happened? Um, oh, shit. Well, hello. How are you? I'm trying to. Damn. Okay. Nothing works on this StreamYard. Okay, done. Trying to put a link here. It's not working. Shit. Damn, man. Hold on a second. Let me try getting out of this joint and coming back in. Something weird is going on here. Okay, so it's not letting me do what I need to do. Oh, maybe it is. Okay, I did it. Amazing. Okay, boy, that's the link. That's two links. Let me try that again. That won't work. Okay. Okay. Don't click on that one. Click on this one. All right. Uh, let's see what people have been saying here. Every time I come to StreamYard, they've changed something and made it worse. That's what they tend to do. August Ascetic says, recently a friend gave me a DVD of the Galaxy Trio, which I remember from the 1960s. Yeah, the hero Vapor Man. Along those lines, didn't the Legion of Superheroes have somebody called Gas Girl? Yeah. And then he says, because I remember look, I didn't even click. Did I not even click on this? Sorry. And then he says, because I remember having that back issue, which had the name of the previous owner scribbled on the cover. Remember you saying that's part of the charm when the name of the previous owner is there. Well, sometimes depends on whether they've, done a Stan Lee thing and totally obliterated the cover. Um, Mr. Mars says, Mr. A, hello. Library 8, ahoy all, look loafing for a minute next to the drawing table. Scribbling is exhausting. Gotham City Comics is looking around. Library 8, hit the thumbs up, lurkers. And then a bunch of weird emojis. And this is, no, that's not the link. Do not click on that link. Click on this link. Okay, man. Still trying to recover after 3 days. Just long, exhausting, still trying to recover sleep. So half awake. Let's so there's going to be some special guests coming on. But first, let's. I actually I got a few things, but they're absolutely nothing and would be considered worthless by most of you. But to me, they're a lot of fun. Oh, hey, I need to tell you about this channel here that I'm recording from. It's this guy has made 9 CDs, compilations, homemade compilation of heavy metal. It's not music from the heavy metal movie. It's just, it's Monsters of Heavy Metal. This is CD 8. It's a channel called Veterans of the Psychic Wars. He's some guy in another country that has great stuff up. Like, I mean, I don't know where he gets all these great concerts from 50, 60 years ago. He puts up at all kinds of underground FM radio stations from the late 60s, air checks of them. And he has, oh, what else? He has some great, oh, he had an air check this morning or the other day of from Vietnam, American Forces, Vietnamese, you know, American Forces radio station, in Vietnam. A couple hours of it. So I haven't listened to that yet, but he gets great stuff. And then I found rediscovered a channel of an old friend of mine on YouTube. I'll show you that when this is over because I'm recording it. Okay, who is this? Eric Breen. Eric Breen, how are you?
I'm all right. We we're all
I've
still
been trying.
here. The weather didn't happen.
Okay, so there were tornadoes and stuff. Your part of the country last night. Is that what I'm understanding?
They're predicted. Th- 3 trees fell on houses in the viewing area, but I don't think any tornadoes touched down or anything. And just the usual, tree, tree limbs and shit like that. But I feel terrible for the buzzard luck for the 3 people that had house or trees fall on their houses. But
Yeah. Well, it's funny how the weather. Well, it is April. Yeah, I was gonna posit forth a conspiracy theory, but it is the time of year. But
yeah,
I was gonna say if you're in a state that voted a particular way, there may be more disasters there. But that's just my conspiratorial mind. So yeah, I woke up in the middle of the night and I saw that you were stranded on a live stream. And I wasn't. You invited me on, but I was trying to go back to sleep. I just said, "Hey, doing a live stream. I think tomorrow night you're going to come on." Um, how did you get stranded? It was who got kicked off?
we were supposed to do the cover rankings, but yeah, Aaron posted something at about 10 o'clock saying it looked like the Twister attraction at Disneyland outside his window because he's in
Oh,
Muncie, Indiana now. So he was he was getting the same stuff that was on its way to us,
uh
but his power got knocked out, and so he didn't get it back to like 4 in the morning. So we just decided to have a hangout stream instead, and um, it was nasty enough to where the weather folks here live for days like yesterday. Problem is they turn things that aren't half as bad as yesterday into days like yesterday. So at some point, said if we ever really do get something serious, nobody's going to believe them because they're like the boy that cried wolf. But
yeah.
they went out of their way to say basically the one guy said without saying it, yeah, I know I embellish a lot, but this one we haven't done this in a year, and it was a day where tornadoes did touch down. So I thought, okay, I'll take a little serious. Although I don't know why, because I live in a hole, and it's like weather. Like I don't even know if tornadoes can get down here. I mean, I've been here for 21 years, and one time I saw a funnel cloud about my height, like it was driving down the road, and that's it. It just but I don't know. I had a bad feeling that something was going to happen. Of course, turns out it didn't. But and they were doing all weather coverage till about 2 in the morning, and then by that time I said, yeah, guess it didn't happen. And
Well, what covers were you going to rank? What comic title?
last night I think was Clayface,
Okay.
so I don't know when we're rescheduling that.
Hmm. Well, I I found myself somewhere where I'm not normally, and I went into the only half price books in this part of the one of the only in this part of the country, and I used to live where they were everywhere because I lived in the Dallas Fort Worth area, and they, it's that chain started in Dallas. I know there's some half price books in Kentucky. Do you have any near where you're at?
We do. We've got a three in the area. There's one in Florence, which is about two-thirds of a mile from where my LCS is. And for years, it could either be like I went in there one night or one day and found the first five Vampirella archives.
Okay.
And there have been days where I didn't have enough money to buy all the PS art books they had.
Oh yeah, for a while there were PS art
Yeah.
books
Oh
dumped
god.
all over the half price
Yeah,
chain. Yeah.
I probably picked up 40 to 50 of them over the years there, but I haven't seen one in probably 3 years now.
Yeah, well, I haven't really been in one in 3 years. Well, I actually went into this one 3 years ago, exactly. Well, 2.5 years ago, and I didn't. I walked out with nothing. Uh, One thing I noticed is that um, I guess Doc Savage books are going for going for $10 each. That was a new discovery for me. And then the ones that have the more modern ones, where they had I think four books and one paperback, those things were going for ridiculous prices. But anyway, this place had didn't have much the first time. This time they had a little bit. Well, they had this cool book I got, and that I'm about to show you. But they also, man, they had this Aurora monster, the book about the Aurora torture chamber kits,
Ooh.
and it was $200. That's a
Oh.
I looked it up on eBay, and one person had it for 135, and one person had it for 225. So I guess they looked at those weren't completed sales. Those are just I'm not really sure how they research what price to put on things, but I guess I should have. That was an expensive book when it came out. I should have gotten it then. This is a book I've always seen advertised. I've never, I don't think, seen a copy. It was $15, and when this came out, it was $17.50. And it's, in great shape and everything. And this is the second edition. The first edition has the Cyclops from Seventh Voyage. This is the edition from 74
Hmm.
with this guy, Centaur from Golden Voyage of Sinbad. And then there was another edition, I think, when Clash of the Titans came out with a completely different cover. But this one was always advertised either in Famous Monsters or it might have been in the Atlas Seaboard comics. The Atlas Seaboard comics had very unusual ads. They were very different from any other comic book ad. They would have ads for Planet of the Apes, Super 8 films. And anyway, when the lady, you know, pulled this out of the display case for me, it was in the nostalgia section. She opens it up, and I said, "Oh my God." And she didn't think anything of it. But then when I went to the cash register, the guy said, "Oh yeah, we decided to keep those in it. They were neat. He knew about it." Well, which is whoever owned this book clipped out ads for Ray Harryhausen movies and put them into the book.
Oh, cool.
So this is the re-release of Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, which would have been when when Golden Voyage came out. They re-released Seventh Voyage of Sinbad. And remember, Marvel did a Golden Voyage of Sinbad adaptation, and they also did a Seventh Voyage of Sinbad adaptation, which at that point was about a 15-year-old movie. So he clipped out every ad, every size for it, and has it in here. He has it right before the chapter, the Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, and okay, and I can see that this was in this part of the country because on the back is I can see as a map of rainfall totals for July 75.
Hmm.
Okay, and so then He's got ads for Golden Voyage of Sinbad. I have one that I clipped when I was a kid in a scrapbook for Golden Voyage, and this was just someone that clipped them with loving care and put them in this book. But what I actually saw when she opened the book was the Star Wars ad, but it's really there because he clipped it out because it's an ad for the Eye of the Tiger, Sinbad in the Eye of the Tiger, which was came out at the same time as Star Wars, so it just happens to have the Star Wars ad on the back. Uh, Exclusive showing, sixth Smash week. So this is the sixth week of it playing. I guess it played at a theater called the River Hills. So anyway, Sorcerer was another movie that Silver Streak. Yeah, all these other movies that came out at the same time as Star Wars, The Bridge Too Far. I could see that's the top of The Bridge Too Far. Yeah, those movies were unfortunate. What was really bad was the theaters that thought Star Wars was, kind of, who wants to see a movie called Star Wars? So they said, but this movie is a sequel to that big movie from. So they booked Exorcist Part Two, The Heretic, in their single screen theater, and didn't get Star Wars, and some of those theaters wound up closing. There's another ad. I don't remember this ad for Sinbad in the Eye of the Tiger. Anyway, I thought this was neat. Um,
Sometimes when you get clippings and stuff, the whatever's on the back is sometimes even more interesting.
yeah, sure. Um, and yeah, even clipped the little tiny ads. He was a big fan of Ray Harryhausen. That's something, man. To even clip this picture. I guess she was the girl in the movie. She's not as memorable as Carolyn Monroe was in Golden Voyage. All these little ads at the back. Anyway, I thought $15 is a pretty good deal for that.
Yeah.
But then I went into the comics. It took me a while to find the comics. I hate the way Half Price Books has the books that they think are really valuable. You have to put your fingers through
Yeah.
this. It hurts my fingers. I think I skinned my finger. It's terrible. And then they're usually not even that valuable.
No.
They just think, for some reason they should be hidden in there. But I picked up a stack of comics that are not really valuable, but you know, just things I like. And I really, it used to be Half Price Books used weird cardboard. I want to get them out of these bags. These bags are kind of disgusting. Um, some of these they're all mostly reprint books from the early '70s, but and I probably have the original books that they're reprinting, but I just like this time period. Here's a Marvel Adventure Daredevil reprint. Um, I see. I was looking at a preview on the internet of the books coming out next week, and apparently Daredevil's kissing some. Looks like a guy, but I guess it's a woman, African American woman. I don't know what's going on with Daredevil. I guess he's
I
blind, so he can't tell. It looks like a guy.
Yeah. Well, there's a Daredevil book that came out yesterday. One of those old man. You have like they did Old Man Wolverine, Old Man this.
Yeah.
That supposedly is really really good, but my LCS didn't get their Marvels,
Oh yeah.
so I didn't get a chance to get it. But Venkman said it was really good, which I said when you attach this was very good to a Marvel book, that happens about as often. I mean, let's just say it doesn't happen often because Marvel is terrible these days. But
Yeah, I saw one that I guess it said Doctor Strange on the top, and the guy had a beard, so I guess he was supposed to be Doctor Strange, but boy, he didn't look like any Doctor Strange I remember. This I'd stopped reading Conan the Barbarian by this time, but it looks compared to today's comics, it looks great. I think because it seems like this is from '86. It seems like after the movie came out, they kind of stopped trying. And this is probably, like there's no words on the splash page. It just seems like they were just kind of coasting on the success
Uh,
of the movie. But looking at it now, it looks great. It's just, com-
strangely enough, Conan, the new stuff is actually one of the things that people seem to like because they're whoever has the rights to them now
right,
doesn't have to. And they're more like Savage Sword of Conan, the
right,
'70s magazine.
right. I've actually just got a copy of Savage Sword of Conan that, well, they made the cover. They used the original logo from the Marvel comic. Um, Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I've got some that I have now, and then some that I'm still going to be ordering from Kevin at Gotham City Comics that he's got in my pile. It looks really good. It looks like the '70s, but I'm sure it's great. It's just I have this feeling like, you know, it's like watching a really good Elvis impersonator, I guess, or a Beatles act.
Yeah,
I mean, it's completely John Buscema style. It's not like that guy even brings anything. It's like when in the '90s when everything looked like shit, and all of a sudden you stumble on a Thor comic and it looks like it's 1965 again because some guy named Ron Friends is drawing it, and he
yeah.
draws exactly like Kirby. Sometimes it looks like it's traced, but it's still close enough to Kirby that it's like wow, but it's still an imitation. There's nothing really new there. Some people like Steve Rude or some of these guys can take Kirby's work and then bring their own stuff into it and create something marvelously new. I don't know. I'm just being a cranky, but it's nothing. Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. But I guess why it works for so many people is, fortunately for them, there's not that many of us that have been around for so long. I mean, like with me, I was never really a Conan guy, but I collected it when I first started buying comics in '75 and '6.
Yeah.
So I still have a reverence for those couple of years. But yeah, because sword and sorcery has never really been my thing. But
Mhm.
I I'm just happy to hear that anything is good now.
Yeah.
Um, I think there's enough good stuff out there now where I can find anywhere from 5 to 8 books a week, which 5 years ago I would be lucky if I could get 5 to 8 books a month. So, but it's never going to be what it was when I was a kid, or even hell 20 years ago. But
Well, do you have the books from last week like at hand where you could show us like what you bought recently?
I can show you what I got yesterday, which was
Th-
because I took last week's stuff are already upstairs.
This is interesting. It feels like it kind of has a little bit of water damage. I've got the original issue of the Avengers, but it's got a thing in the back from the eBay sale. Uh Rongo Big Red Comics. I don't know. I don't know if this is he was trying to sell it or what. This Let me get it out of there, man. Yeah, this thing's completely trashed, man. It's like it's on the floor of a toilet,
Yeah,
and they were selling on eBay. This is what I mean. These kind of backing boards. Let me get it out
that
of the.
they must be left over from 1984.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's white on one side, and then that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, Goddamn morons. Yeah, I said, well, can I have a bag for that? Oh, we don't have bags anymore, sir. We have some gently used ones, and it's like grocery store. It's like I know you're going to solve global warming by your noble actions. Anyway, yeah, it's just I like these books. and
Oh,
it's a 20-cent book.
I'll buy those reprints all day long.
Yeah, and I've got the original book, so I'm just I don't
Doesn't
know.
matter.
I know. It's just because it's that wonderful time period. The vampire bad ads. People, you just got to know. Yeah, it's just fun to read. I don't know. So
You were talking about the
that's
wonderful.
hilarious.
You're talking about the wonderful ads when you were showing those clips. Yeah, the newspaper clippings.
Yeah,
You imagine I said that there was a time when the newspaper would have 2 or 3 pages of movie ads,
right.
and
Of
I
course.
really wish I'd thought to save some of those.
Well, I would clip them and keep them, and I've got a whole shoeboxes full of ads I've clipped. But in fact, I clipped the ad when Star Wars came out the first day. It's full page. I've got it laminated. Um,
I used to clip box scores
use
in
what now?
articles. I used to clip box scores and
Oh,
articles out of the sports section. I think I started doing that in 1970.
yeah.
I oh, I wished I would have kept those.
Oh, I'm forgetting about these wonderful people in the chat. Let's see, what are they talking
And
about?
Jackson.
Oh, really? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I saw Last Frontiers here. Library 8. Holy moly! I need some PS art books. I haven't figured out best local source here in the wilderness. And then great cover on that film fantasy scrapbook. And I am one of us. Says, hi guys. An archivist address says, I want a new John Milius Conan film before goddamn, or he or Schwarzenegger kicks it. Jackson Roykirk. He can show you what? He can show you want he got yesterday, but don't ask him to tell you what he had for dinner yesterday. And then,
Rallies.
hello, Felix. Library 88 says, yeah, I think they've been trying to develop a new Conan movie with Arnie for a bit. Would be nice. I don't know. I just soon never see that bastard again in my life. They could hire some other meathead to play Conan. Jackson. Sometimes the color, mostly backgrounds, were different, and the reprints. Yes, that's true. Definitely. Sometimes they redraw on the cover. Sometimes they get people to redraw faces and stuff, or reposition things. Oh man, they've screwed up everything on Streamyard. It's really hard to navigate these comments. They've got blue words appearing on top of your comments, and I'm sure they're all brilliant comments. Let's see. Damn. Library 88 says, hey, hey, the Jackson Roy Kirk. Hey there, I am one of us. Hey there, Library 88. Hey. And then Archivist Address says, yeah, oh yeah, man, goddamn son of a bitch. Yeah, I've been following that development library, but I feel it needs to be another Oliver Stone, John Milius recreation to do it right. Isn't John Milius dead? I don't know. I thought he was. Library 8. Maybe he's polishing his sword somewhere. John Milius was great, but I'm almost positive he's passed away, but I could be wrong. Someone Google that down, as my mother in law says. Google that down. Okay. I'm not even showing you. I'm just putting them in order. I don't know if I've got all of these Marvel double actions, but I just love the 20-cent era. Milius had a stroke, but he's still alive. Oh,
He's
okay.
yeah, he's Canadian.
And uh, yeah, and that's good. Oliver Stone was being interviewed by Congress, I think yesterday, the day before, about JFK. Um, yeah, my gosh. You brought a lot of fans with you. There's not normally this many people watching over. Oh, is there a coupon cut? Of course. You son of a bitch. Oh, they at least were ordering some fine merchandise from the Johnson Smith catalog. It's okay. I'm sure I have the Tales of Suspense. No, I don't know if I have this issue of Tales of Suspense, but goddamn, this is the one I was gonna get. But Spinnerack bought it before I could. I think. Oh well. No, it isn't. It's Captain America 102. This isn't even Tales of Suspense. It's later period. I don't think I have Captain America 102. I might. Who knows? Damn, that sucks. You don't buy comics from half price books, man. They're fucking probably paid $2 for that or three. Bastards. Yeah, they don't know shit about anything. Bunch of hippies. You were gonna show books you bought
Oh,
last week?
I can if you
Yeah,
want.
let me embiggen you.
Let me.
All I have to do is this, right? There we go.
All right. Yeah, kind of a light week this week, but JSA, which has actually been fairly decent, but they wherever they're going, they need to get there.
Okay.
Um, this is a book from that Ghost Machine imprint called Hyde Street, and it's a really good horror title. It's not gore, but it's horror. It's and it's about this place where you end up if you've committed enough sins, you end up on this place called Hyde Street, and you have to basically save X amount of, or you have to bring X amount of people to Hyde Street to get freed from it. And it's like a couple of issues ago, there was one about a 40s horror movie actor who was typecast,
Yeah.
and he ended up, he got jealous of the guy they brought in and he killed him, and then
Yeah.
found out that the guy was brought in just to be his stand in. So that's how he got on Hyde Street, was from committing a murder that he, one of those classic twists. But yeah, this is that's a pretty decent book. This is something that came out yesterday called Pastime, about
Okay.
a baseball playing vampire. So
Oh,
they could only
is
play night games.
Ghost Machine is the Geiger universe?
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
I've got a
that's
ton of those books that I haven't bought yet
yeah.
too.
This is from Ghost Machine. Also, this is kind of, this one in Rockefellers is kind of like the closest it gets to all ages.
Yeah,
It's
I have
he's
the first couple issues on hold, and same thing with Rocket Fellers. I haven't bought them yet, but
um,
they look
this
good.
this was a crowd-funded book from about 5 years ago about rival cola companies, and the
Hmm.
two the two people that own the two companies were once Siamese twins that have been separated, and they despise each other, so they just keep sending out agents to try to kill the other one. And it's actually pretty entertaining. And this was something that came out last week, but with all the shit going on at Diamond, you're lucky if you ever get what's supposed to come out that week. But this is about some people that have to break into hell to steal their souls back. And
Damn.
but then yeah, that's all backdrop for my what I for this. This came out yesterday.
Oh, is that the fourth or fifth of
Fifth.
it? Fifth, yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely love those. Yeah, since you mentioned the fourth,
I've got the first.
that was this.
Yeah, that's the next one I've got on hold. I don't think Kevin ordered the police action one, but because I'd be like the only person interested in.
I think I'm the only person that where I used to work that gives two bleeps about this. So I'm glad they ordered it. I didn't know it was coming out. Um, yeah, I think yeah, I've picked up all five of them, and
Yeah,
like I said, Fantagraphics does excellent work.
yeah. I just got the science fiction one in the Days of the Rockets, and I was going to get the war one soon. Um, this is the other ones I got. This Mike Allred Silver Surfer, and see, this is what I mean. I mean, he's incorporates what came before him, and has his own style, which is, if you could infuse what John Buscema created and then bring something instead of just slavish imitation. Although I like the new Conan books, and this book's not in that great a shape. I guess that's why I got it cheap. Um, I guess books from this part of the country that originated here may have some moisture problems. I need to take this is about the first time I've actually bought books that probably originated in this part of the country. I need to be aware of that as opposed to in Texas where I used to live. But anyway, this is just a bunch of uh, to most people nothing that I picked up, and it seems like I got something else. Kevin, are you there?
I'm here. I can hear you.
Yeah. Did you get anything new in?
Yeah, somebody just delivered a bunch of food at my door. One of my customers says, "Hey, there's a bunch of bags of food at your back door." I didn't order
Oh.
this. It's all snacks. Somebody sent like the wrong. Somebody did like a Walmart order, and they deliver it to your door.
Well,
I mean,
you
there's
got
black
dinner
licorice.
for the next week, huh?
It's all like candy and snacks. Look at this. Someone's trying to kill me.
I think that was
Trying
supposed to go to RFK Jr.
to give me diabetes. Look at this.
You mentioned anything like that? I'm sure it was with.
Look at all these Pringles.
I'm sure that was with an EBT card.
Yes,
All that
peanut
healthy
butter.
food.
Oh, look at cheese. Wow.
When you can't afford cheese whiz, you can always get cheese wow.
This is I guess, the most healthiest thing in there.
God damn.
Maybe it was one of my neighbors. Maybe they're gonna come over and say, "Hey, did you find something?" Don't they take a picture when they deliver something like that and then send it to you?
Yeah, you might be. Maybe you ought to not start digging into that right away. Yeah, because during the pandemic, the neighbors across the street were terrified of associating with people. They ordered a couple. They ordered a pizza. It was delivered to my house. I was on the air at the time. I was talking to Man Bear Pig, who used to be, and the pizza was there. And I called the pizza place and I said this order was not for me. And they said, "Oh, it's sort of people across the street, and they want no contact with anyone." And I said, "Well, it's getting cold," and they said, "Well, we'll send another one to them." So I said, "Well, then can I just eat this pizza?" And they said, "Well, yeah, because we're sending a new one to them." And then I guess the lady came over and started screaming through the door. Fucking scum. What the shit? What the fuck the pandemic did to all of us? Uh,
Yeah, there's people that still haven't left their house. You know that?
yeah. So you were telling me earlier you have a bunch of people calling up wanting jobs today.
Yeah, it's horrible today. Yeah.
People are panicking because they think the world's going to end because we've because what if people pay attention to the news, like if a country had 50% tariffs on us, he put 25% tariffs on them. He made half of what they did, and people are still shrieking. And man, it's unbelievable. So, oh man, so is that all the new stuff? What did you just get some new stuff in? Did you get a? You said you got a box from some company.
I finally got a diamond box. They don't even ship hardly anything anymore.
Well, so Eric said those Ghost Machine books are the best thing, or like you were saying,
Yeah.
and he's also picking up JSA, but he says it's a little directionless. I never even dreamed that JSA could be good.
It's not Jeff Johns good, but it's ah, damn it.
How
Um,
many of these do you think are going to be in the dollar bin?
Oh, is that the? I thought I heard that's like Treasury edition size, the new
No, you
package.
can buy it. You can buy it 11 by 17. It's not treasury.
Oh,
You can
okay.
buy it in any form you want. You can get it in ash can, regular. You could get it in gatefold,
Can you
chrome, foil, glow in the dark. They'd use every gimmick to sell this
What
book.
about a toilet paper roll? They used
Well,
to have Spider-Man comics on toilet paper and Hulk back
look
in
at I ordered
'78.
right because I only have three left over. I ordered real tight,
Okay,
but
are,
nobody's coming in for this book.
are people
This book,
liking it? Is that the second
no,
issue of it or first?
no, people don't like this book.
Oh, how shocking! I'm just so glad that comics are terrible now because it helps me save money for old
Save money.
comics.
I want everybody to stop ordering it so I can focus on other stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I didn't love 158, but I did like it. There's a callback to my favorite Batman story of all time, which I did get a kick out of. They referenced he's trying to bring back the Joker fish from a storyline in 1977. So and I said, I mean, I've been around forever. So, I mean, the first Hush, which if you're of a certain age, that's your, that's your Galactus trilogy for Batman. But,
yeah.
Did you like the punchline special? I think they did a throwback to the Joker fish in that one.
I don't think I even read that one. I come and go, for like the last several years, I've been in and out of the new stuff, but I'm probably more in now than I have been probably since Rebirth started.
What Rebirth is? What the?
That was what they. That's what they after New 52
2011. Oh
and
no, yeah,
whatever their
that was
thing was
2014, right? 2015,
16.
16.
Yeah, and
Rebirth was 2011.
yeah, so and Jeff Johns basically made DC fun again, and Dan DiDio was pissed because New 52 was his baby, and it was popular for about 15 minutes. DC actually overtook Marvel in market share for a couple months after Rebirth, which I'm sure they did in New 52 also, but so he went out of his way to sabotage it because he had Scott Snyder turn everything metal, and then he hired Brian Michael Bendis. And
Yeah.
I don't think DC's ever fully recovered from that.
Well, there's a facsimile next week of that Kryptonite No More Superman, or is it the second printing of the facsimile?
I'll know
Yeah,
tomorrow. I haven't got my stuff yet.
I was just looking online of what's coming out next week, and I was seeing if there was anything decent. There's some company is doing wacky races. I think Dynamite,
Yeah,
and they're doing cheesecake pictures. Penelope Pit Stop
yeah.
to sell that.
Joseph Michael Linsner's doing the A cover, I think.
Well, she was a lot of our first cartoon crushes.
Yeah, but so they're gonna. Oh, it's a facsimile of the first issue of Thriller.
Yeah, I think they
Obviously,
decided to go that route instead of making new stories.
well, that's smart. Oh,
I
uh,
don't know how smart, because who remembers, but did they misstep when they brought that back and then gave the writing to Steve Orlando.
yeah, I don't even know who that is. Oh,
He's not good. It was basically, I mean, yeah, big of a disappointment those EC EC revivals are. That was right up there with it.
yeah. Well,
Oh, speaking
uh,
of disappointments, that the new Universal Monsters Mummy.
I knew that was going to be bad. I called it because I did the Zoom interview with the people.
Why would you? Two of the three, the Dracula was really good. The Frankenstein was excellent. The Creature from the Black Lagoon was okay, but they gave a Tumblr artist and creator the Mummy, and it shows.
hmm.
Her inspiration was her first introduction to the Mummy was the Brendan Fraser Mummy.
Oh boy.
And then they were talking
Well,
about oh, maybe the bride and this other girl, they might look at each other, and have little thoughts going on.
Oh, I guarantee you that's where this is going.
Yeah, because the next one is the bride. It's called the Immortal Bride.
Meyer says, I was just going to ask if you read The Mummy. Okay, well, that's not a book. That's that thing your friend made, right?
That's a poster I just showed you.
Right. Oh, were those both facsimiles? Those two Madrak? What are we looking at here?
I'm not sure. I'm just going through piles that I have to declutter over here.
Cool.
Oh,
Ooh.
this stuff. That's my pile. Some of this is my pile.
Don't claim it then.
Okay, we'll go back and I'll claim them.
I feel sorry for the people that paid $30 for this previous because they thought it was the last one.
Oh,
Speculators were paying $30 for that.
Wow.
can you flip back through that? There were several ones that I think I almost positive that there weren't two of.
But this is the new previews. So there was one
Oh,
after.
really?
There was one after they said it was over. Who bought? Did they buy previews with their buyout thing? Does anybody
I
know?
don't. I don't know. Oh, that's the stuff you bought at a convention there. I
Yeah,
think.
that shows you. When was that convention?
I don't know.
Shows you how far behind I am. See, I can't get to this stuff because I'm dealing with new comics that don't sell.
Yeah, that was a couple months ago. You bought all those Freak Brothers comics.
I got the last of Mike's stuff sold, so I can send him his money now.
Oh, you did. Okay, everything's gone now.
Everything's on except I forgot to show the guy that just was here. I forgot to show him the last tinfoil hat.
And I have one of those that's in my box, right?
Hmm.
Okay, that's. I think you ought to keep that. That's cool. It's Eric. That's an actual space cadet hat from the
Mm,
'50s.
nice.
And and these, nobody wants these. I can't give these away.
I thought, well, I don't know. The
Rambo
non-sports
bought
one.
one.
Yeah, Jumbo said he bought one. I have
Yeah,
that non-sports one.
he probably already has it at his door. Yeah, these things have no value. So. Actually, it might be good for a store.
Actually,
If
yeah,
you're
you could.
buying stuff and you go through the
I
actually
would be. I'd be interested in that one, Kevin. If you don't keep it for your store.
no, I think if you're paying these prices, 90s prices for this stuff, you're probably overpaying.
Oh, it's just interesting to see the pictures, but the
Comics would be
prices.
different. A comics price guide you'd make out by using an old one, but
Well, is
these
this a price guide or is it just showing you all the toys?
price guide.
Yeah, it is a price guide. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to pay these
Yeah.
90s prices on like lunch boxes and stuff.
Oh no, no, not on lunch boxes.
All these things that nobody knows who they are. Shirley Temple, she's forgotten. Nobody knows who Shirley Temple is. She's completely forgotten.
Yeah.
I asked the next 100 kids that come in, none of them would know who Shirley Temple is.
Kevin, could we go back through that middle pile just real quick? Because there were a few things I think. Now that I don't know what that is. I've never seen that. Is that something you're keeping?
What?
Forbidden Worlds? The Forbidden Worlds there?
Oh, this thing, you wouldn't want this. It's been underwater
Oh
and
yeah,
used as a fish
you
guy.
told me about it. You told me about that. Okay. That's what I was wondering why I didn't want that. Okay.
I just can't throw stuff away,
Yeah.
even if it's been underwater. The only
All
if
right.
it has mold on it, I can throw it away. That's about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that one, that's yours, right? That from Beyond the Unknown. 'Cause I never saw that.
The book's
Maybe maybe the pile to the right of this pile. I don't know. Okay, that one I've got. What is that book there? I can't see the
Tea
title.
Titans.
Is
Tea
that one
Titans
you're
46.
keeping? If you're keeping that, I
I
think
haven't priced it.
okay, but I think I would be interested in that if you pull and that Batman also once you price them in the Justice League.
That came from Anthony's comic book art and collectibles.
I don't know why I would care, but yeah, okay. And then that one with those were the ones back there. Yeah, that's the one I was telling you about, Eric. That looks like the '70s. Yeah, it
Oh
was
yeah.
those four comics that were back there, and that's what a facsimile.
What?
Those Tomb of Draculas are facsimiles or
No,
real.
these are, Jambo was going to buy these,
Oh, okay, all right.
and he was going to buy this, and I was going to just throw him
And
this.
and that
He's
jungle
the
one
only,
too.
he's
I
the only
was
one that would want that.
okay. Oh well, I already got one. Yeah, always include me in the jungle. I'm also a person that likes the jungle stuff. So there was a Batman, World's Finest, Teen Titans, and I don't
Yeah,
know.
these will be the next piles I work on pricing. I got to get ready
Okay,
for the
that
comic book day.
okay, that one, and that one. If you could pull those, the Flash,
I'll let
no,
you
because
know.
I.
Okay.
All right, man, I got this cough that just started hitting me today.
Hopefully, it's not the cough that takes like 30 days to go away.
It's always that way with me. Man, I just found an old friend of mine. One of his friends had a public access show in Austin, Texas, in the around 1984, a punk rock public access show. And I remember borrowing VHS tapes and recording it back there then in probably the 80s, early 90s. And now I see he's put it all up on YouTube. So I was going to show everybody that in a minute, give everyone a link to his stuff because it's great. So how much did you get today in the sale of all that stuff of
The
Mike's?
last little bit I sold for, let me see, the stuff that nobody wanted, I got $133 for.
Okay, and then but you still have the hat and some price
I have a
guides.
hat, and I have one, two, three, four price guides.
Man, okay. I was hoping we could get Mike to come on the show. I just now that the sale is over, I'd just like to have him continue to be a regular on the show. But I know he's getting ready for the move. But
He's got it. Yeah, he's probably packing all his stuff.
yeah, maybe once he gets settled or once everything's packed and he's just ready to, get on the plane, he can come on because I love hearing stories about comic collecting in the '60s and
This whole long box is all free comic day stuff. And I still have stuff from last year, so I have Last year's and this year's.
Well, do you do it all outside?
Yeah. Oh, thanks for reminding me. I gotta send somebody a message. This Saturday, I'm doing an event outside too, as long as it's not too windy.
Oh, it's the first Saturday of the month. Yeah. Oops, someone's trying to come in. Who could that be? Meyer. Hey, Meyer.
Hey, what's going on?
Not
Hello,
much.
Meyer.
Hey, Eric. Missed the notification. I just got here.
Oh, I'm sure I'm shadow banned in a bunch of ways.
It might have happened. I didn't hear. I didn't hear my phone. I was with my son. Oh, there's that figure, huh?
I have a bunch of them. I'll give it to you for $10. I threw it in your pile.
Oh, outstanding. Thank you, man. Yeah.
Is
Well,
that
I
the
wrote some
Ultimate
stuff
Warrior?
down. Hold on. I wrote some stuff down. Those Freak Brother comics. Are you going to sell those?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll take all of those Freak Brother comics.
I think I have all of them already.
Yeah, I have the compendium, the omnibus, and then I have my own copies, but my son collects comics and he doesn't have any of those and he would love those. I'll get all of them.
Look how late of a printing this one is. It's $250.
Perfect. Yeah.
It's like brand new. Looks brand new. It's all glossy.
It's beautiful. That's all classic, amazing Gilbert Shelton right there. I'll take
Yeah.
all of those. What else? Did the new
1989.
did the new
89.
Batman come out or not?
I haven't even paid attention because I didn't
Number
like that
six?
last issue.
Number 6? I don't know.
6 came out, and then 7, I think, just came out. Am I
Oh,
right?
so
Am I
I
wrong?
think I need 6. Well, when I talk to you tomorrow or
No,
something.
maybe it's 6 is the new one.
Oh, can you pull 6 for me and put that in my pile or put it with those Freak Brothers?
Because 5 was the one where they. Did you read it yet? I don't want to spoil it.
I haven't
7,
read it yet. That's the newest one I have is 5, and I've only read the first 2.
7 is next week.
Okay, so you need a 6 for sure then.
I saw the covers of a new Captain Action comic coming out next week. They look like they were literally drawn by an 11-year-old. I don't know what company's doing that. And
Is this a good issue? I never read this number 1.
I've never
well,
read it.
I don't. I've never read it either. But it's something I would like to have.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
is
Uh,
that
take it
for
home
sale?
tonight
Is
and
that a
read it.
facsimile? Is that a facsimile?
Yeah.
yeah.
How many of those thrillers do you have? Do you have an extra one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, then save one for Meyer and myself.
Yes,
I mean, it's a.
I would
I
like
mean,
that.
he had his own TV show, and then once it went off the air, they changed the name from Boris Karloff's Thriller to Boris Karloff's Tales of Mystery or whatever.
Meyer, do you want that graphic novel too? The
Which
Freak
graphic
Brothers.
novel?
It was a Freak Brothers graphic novel.
Oh, is it in there?
It's
Yeah,
volume
yeah.
2.
Can I see it? I just saw the
Yeah.
comics. I didn't realize there was a graphic novel there.
Well, there's a stack of comics and there's a graphic novel.
Huh? Who put that out? Is it Fantagraphics?
No, this is an old.
Oh man, yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, that is old, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks like Rip Off Press. It
Yep.
is. Yeah, I'll take that. If it's for sale, if you're selling
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already have this. All right, that's helping clean up some of this stuff.
The weather is crazy right now. So about an hour ago, when Simon got home, there was pea-sized hail falling, like slush, like a slushy from the sky. And then now it's blue sky and nothing but sun. But meanwhile, there's like 3 feet of snow about a half hour away at Donner Pass in Tahoe. It's 3, 4 feet in Tahoe right now. But there's not it all just melts. So it's like a slushy machine drops for an hour and then the sun comes out and it's all just gone again.
Is the site of where Donner Pass happened? Is that a tourist attraction or is it hard to get to?
No, it's a tour. Well, I don't want to say tourist attraction. It's a monument.
Okay.
It's a it's a stop. It is a tourist attraction. So there's a lake that is there, in the same spot called Donner Lake, named after the party or the family, and it's all like right next to each other. And there's a lookout spot that has that is a trailhead, and you can walk. I don't know if you can do it anymore, but the last time I went, which was probably I was like 25 or 30, and then we went a few times when I was a kid, and you can walk trailheads that lead you to different spots where they were, because they switched like their campsites a couple different times, but it's all fairly close to the area. And you can go, and there's like I remember when I was a kid, I don't even know that they still do it. I think that they feel bad about it now. But when I was in the 70s and 80s, nobody cared about cannibalism. Nowadays, they don't want to sensationalize it. But I remember seeing some silverware when I was a kid, like a fork, like an old rusty fork behind like a glass case or cabinet when I was there. And then there's a big statue that's like a monument to them, and it's like these pioneers that it's like 30 feet high.
Is there a Donner
And there
Party
is
restaurant?
not a Donner Party. That's an excellent question. If there's a Donner Party restaurant or anything like that. So it is like a tourist area, like a vacation spot, but I've never seen anybody make a joke like that, like, the Donner barbecue pit or
Oh
something like that.
no, yeah.
Never seen that. So I would say no. It's kind of a somber subject, to be honest, because it didn't happen that long ago. I mean, I know that people on the East Coast, they don't understand how old Californians are or how old California is. So when you already had a great grandfather or maybe a couple of great grandfathers, they people were just moving here like two grandmas ago. So this
Yeah.
stuff was happening like in the late 1800s, and so it's all new. This place is new. It's like so it's fresh. People were eating people. People were getting eaten by wolves. A bunch of messed up stuff was happening.
Yeah, wow.
And they were shooting each other in the street. When you guys had jails and prisons and police walking around the streets on the East Coast, people were still shooting each other here on the sidewalk.
Well, in some cases it's still happening.
Yeah, it is.
All
And hopefully
over.
it's happening right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's yeah, it, it's horrible. But um what was that the guys that made South Park had a musical about a true story about a cannibal in
Yeah,
Utah or
that's another.
something?
Yeah, it's real. That's not that's a really weird story. That one right there, Cannibal the musical. It's
Yeah.
based on a true story as well. That happened right around the same time as the Donner Party, but a completely different circumstance.
Yeah.
So, Ken, I got to take off. My brother's been trying to get a hold of me for a couple hours, and
Oh,
I've got that best of coming up.
what
If you're
what's
still,
the yeah,
if you're
what is that? Where is that going to be at?
Geek Puppet Show. So if you're still going when that ends, I might jump back on.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Well, thanks for the invite, and I will talk to you guys soon.
All right. Take
All right,
care.
see ya.
They're doing a best of show on the Geeky Puppet Show.
What's that? A best of show?
I guess he said they've got a best of geeky puppet show. I guess
Huh.
they're.
Oh, that's cool.
Is that a real one? That King Kong or a replica?
Not
It
sure.
looks like it's sealed in shrink wrap.
I mean, if it
Oh,
says Aurora, it's real. I mean,
yeah, that's cool. Little TV.
Turn it down so you don't get a copyright claim.
oh
You're
yeah.
right.
You know what? I the other day, you put the camera on like Huckleberry Hound or Snagglepuss or something, and I had to cut that segment out. They Warner Brothers, yeah. So yeah,
Oh,
be
just
careful
showing
of
on
that.
the TV screen in the background for a few seconds, right?
Yeah, be careful with the Batman. Just even showing the Batman imagery. Yeah, Warner is real litigious or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
Yeah, you just had the camera on it for a few seconds, and they suggested I trim it out. Well, because it could never be monetized, but once a show is once you have the next show done, then no one ever looks at the shows before it.
They're not
So,
evergreen shows, huh?
well, the only thing that could be evergreen is like videos I do of the cats, or maybe that John Wayne Museum could have some life to it, but I doubt it. It'll probably just die off now that I've done this fantastic episode tonight. Oh, man, I don't know, man. Did you look at that link I sent you, Meyer?
No, I didn't get a chance. I saw when I saw that link, I thought that it was the link to this show. So I clicked this
Oh
show
no.
first, and then I clicked on that later and saw that it was a video, but I haven't watched it yet. Is that your friend's video you were talking about?
Yeah, my friend's not in it, but
But
my
that was a
friend
show
had
that he was
a
involved in.
yeah. Let me see if I can pull this up here, because everyone that's watching should go subscribe to this channel here. Here, I'll.
Papa Shango make it.
Getting my costume ready.
Goober teeth. You know that guy on the goober teeth looks like Ed Gein. He has a hunter hat on like Ed Gein kind of.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking they were trying to make him look like
This is actually from the
Freddy
1950s.
Krueger, but
I found out this is from the 50s.
50s, really?
Uh huh.
That's neat. That's a great piece. Very nice.
Here's this is Hazel Adkins in the 80s. They brought him to Austin to perform at their engagement party. But so you want to go to Randy R. He has 21 subscribers, but um, let's see what he's got here. See the see my friend. Uh, he had this. They put out this 45 called "Grinder Up," which is about Ed Gein, and his friend in the band is the guy that did this public access show, or this guy here. So it's made to sound like the Cramps, and then the other side of the 45 is Cotton Fields. So thing about it um, is they put on the 45 uh, on the label they put 1977, and but it wasn't 1977, it was the early 80s, but they knew then that 77 was the year to put on a punk rock single, because that was the year everything broke. So the people about 10 years ago, they said, we found this undiscovered 1977 punk rock, and then it turned out they found out the real story, and they were all butthurt that that
Much
it was
later.
really from the 80s. So but they did it as a prank way back then, decades ago, and it finally paid off. But
Yeah, if they were real fans, they would have already known that, but they weren't true fans.
Right. So anyway, this is a public access show called Hymns for Heathen, and it's I remember it being hilarious. It's not the best condition, but it's it's good stuff. If you like punk rock, it's from 1984. Um, but I'll tell you what you guys need to also go to. So that's Randy R. There's this guy. There's a guy. I can't remember what country he's from, but his channel is called Veterans of the Psych Wars, which is there's a song on the heavy metal soundtrack, Veterans of the Psychic Wars,
Right.
but he has all kinds of stuff. Like this is Air Force, Vietnam, Da Nang, and Nha Trang unreleased programs. It's 3 hours of radio from Vietnam.
Favorite recreation: basketball, bowling, working out on the weights.
So you can just
sit around and relax in your club.
and he's got pictures to go with it. You know, he's got. But he's put together these compilations of heavy metal music using the heavy metal Richard Corbin. It's he's got like I think 9 compilations. Each one's and here's more Vietnam radio. And then it's just all kinds of it's just weird stuff. He's got 3 hours neo psychedelia. Space rock 1967 to 2016. That's going to be like Hawkwind, you know, and it's just really obscure stuff. Stuff from Spain, 3 hours of it. So if you're into music from the Netherlands, I bet you'd even find stuff from Portugal on here. Some of this is in foreign languages that no one can understand.
So he's called Veteran of the Psych Ward instead of the Psychic Wars. Is that what you said?
Veterans of the Psych Wars.
Oh, the Psych Wars. Okay,
Instead of
real
psychic,
close.
I think the actual song on the
Real
heavy metal
close
soundtrack.
to the Blue Oyster Cult song.
Yeah, it's 73.9
I found
thousand subscribers. You know, then he's
yeah, this looks good.
It's all kinds of stuff. And usually he'll make here's like Woodstock lost recordings, outtakes, lots of Woodstock stuff. Like weird video game stuff. I don't even know what this is. It's who knows what it is. It's in oh, okay. It's just in the foreign language. You can't really, the copyright people can't probably catch it. You know, this is the Who, but well, like it does say Who sell out.
Oh, I like your thumbnail. I just saw what your thumbnail looks like. It's like a hootenanny.
Yeah, that's just I don't know what a lot of this stuff even is, but it's worth spending some time in this guy's channel.
Yeah, this looks good. I just subbed to him. I'll add a bunch of this stuff onto my playlist. It looks good. I love channels like this. I like random international psychedelia and jazz. Yeah.
And then he has all these channels he recommends, and I'm sure they're some of them look like maybe they're video game channels with music over. I don't even know. He has a lot of Starship Troopers kind of music. I don't know. Squad Troopers. I don't know if this is music from a video game, possibly. Almost 5 hours. And he'll always have video images put with the music. It's like
Good.
they'll have
like
music with someone playing a video game, and then they've got the music over it. You know, it's just.
Well, I like that because I play my music playlist on my big TV in my living room. That's generally how I listen to music the most, unless I'm in the kitchen or the back of the house. Then I use one of those little Bluetooth speakers, a Bluetooth. but usually it's the TV. So I like when these, music videos that I add to my music playlist, I like them to have images like that, to be like slideshows. Yeah.
It looks like this is Hawkwind music that he's got labeled Squad Troopers, and he's got Lemmy down here like he's one of the Marines. I'm not even sure what the hell that's supposed to be. Um, Armageddon, Iowa. I don't know what that. Let's see what this is. It's a song called Dazed and Confused by a band called Armageddon that must have been from Iowa. So he's just some guy from somewhere in Europe or somewhere that's into psychedelia. And what? Okay, I'm missing out on all these humans.
What are they saying?
I am one of us. Says hello, Micah. He says hello, and then someone smiles, and then someone says Japan music. All right. What do you think about that, Drew? People saying hello to each other. They're nice. They're nice people. Ugh. Okay, Drew, let me sit back down. How dare you? So anyway, I like to try to share when I find interesting people. Let's see what Kevin's doing. Sorting through comics. Drew, if you just move 3 inches, you won't have to growl at me, man. I'm too fat to fit here in the slot you've given me. What's the matter, Drew? Good grief. So Kevin was saying people have been trying to come in and sell them things, and people have been calling wanting jobs because they're panicking because of the tariffs, or perhaps getting what you did they say they were being laid off?
No, I didn't get that far. I just told him I wasn't hiring.
Oh, thought that was boobs for a second on Frankenstein, but they're little legs.
Those are feet. Yeah.
Yeah, it just looked wrong for a second, like Dolly Parton. Well, I think there's some people that have that are low information that don't really understand what's going on, but I don't really understand why it's a problem. There's an issue, kill raven issue. Why is it a problem if someone has set 80% tariffs on us to put 40% on them? It sounds like he's being nice. Yeah. He's putting half the tariffs on them that they put on us. And man, I don't need this cheap Dollar General stuff and this cheap stuff at Walmart.
These new comics printed in Canada. We don't need these.
I mean, the stuff when I was a kid, the five and dime, I guess a lot of it might have been made in Taiwan, but
I have enough stuff to sell for like 2 lifetimes.
yeah.
I have enough stuff to read for like 2 lifetimes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my intention is to read everything that I'm buying. So it's part of
Yeah.
that. And that's where all the work comes in. Is I do want to read it all.
Yeah. So,
I think I used to. Well, I don't think I know. So I used to read more when I was working full time or even 2 jobs. I was reading more. I remember at one point when I was working a real hardcore job, I purposefully read a comic a day. I would bring a comic every day in my truck, and I would read it during my break so that I could, during my couple of breaks through the day. So I would read an entire book on purpose because at that time I had a comic saver and I was buying new comics and everything. So I was reading more comics when I was, fucking working. More books too. Like in the Army, I read so much because of all the downtime. Everybody's reading. or back in the old days. Now I'm sure everybody's just looking at their phones. But back in
Yeah.
the 80s and early 90s, everyone was reading paperback books.
Yeah, YouTube's a big time waster.
Yeah, for sure. Was that Graphic Man who said that?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Um,
But I do know that, my son who's 31, he reads every day at work. Like I told you, he has a bag, a special book bag that he takes to work that's separate from like where he keeps his lunch in and everything, just to keep his books and comics that he takes to work completely weatherproof. It's like a leather zipped bag and everything. Like so
yeah.
that nothing, he even has a little towel in there sometimes, but he reads every day, and he reads like Robert E. Howard, I think is what he reads mostly.
Yeah, that's good.
The
Graphic Man's the
journal.
only one that would be able to tell us what that first issue of Boris Karloff is like. I think he has a complete set.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I'm sure it's just like every other issue of Boris Karloff. It's just like crude
Yeah, and
drawings.
it's gold key, so it's going to be that house art style. It's gonna look boring.
It almost would have had to have been one of the very first, because that was an early '60s show, and so that would
Mhm.
have to have been one of the very first gold key after it switched from Dell, or
I
split
still
from
watch
Dell.
that show from time to time. It's on YouTube, and the episodes pop up. And I watched one not that long ago. It was a pretty good show.
I've seen very few episodes of it because it was so rarely. I don't think it was ever syndicated in any market I lived in when I was a kid. So I've only seen a few episodes as an adult. One friend showed me an episode because it was based on a Lovecraft story, and but it's one of those things. Same thing with Alfred Hitchcock Presents. That wasn't something I was able to see until I was at least in college. I mean, I always knew the show existed, but it was just never shown where I lived. Um, October '62 issue. See, he knows immediately. uh, yeah, there's a facsimile that is coming out next week. That I guess is coming out next week. So, um, yeah, I mean, I don't know. All those other shows kind of paled with Twilight Zone. Outer Limits was great. It did something different from Twilight Zone for the most part, as far as it was a monster show. I mean, you're always guaranteed a monster with the Outer Limits. I mean, Twilight Zone, you might get a monster, but you got a great story, and it was had the best writing of all those shows. Uh, as far as I just haven't seen much of Alfred Hitchcock Presents. So there's an interview here. Damn, I can't even see. There's an interview with this guy that wrote a book called Hand of Death about Henry Lee Lucas and about how he was part of a satanic cult. And my friend Randy wanted to interview him. I went along with him, and I must have been holding the camera because I'm looking at this interview that's on that Randy R channel. I wonder if you hear my voice or if I'm seen on camera. But he just put all this stuff up in the last few months, and I haven't talked with him
Oh,
recently.
that's cool.
So
That's really neat.
I'm sure I was there, and but I must have been holding the camera or doing something. Yeah, and he has a set by Tex Edwards, who was well, he was in a punk rock band called the Nerve Breakers, which was the first punk rock band in Dallas, and his band, the Nerve Breakers, opened for the Sex Pistols when they played in Dallas in '77, and then he later started doing country music, but he only did covers of country music about killing and, and about killers. And he called himself T. Tex Edwards and the Swinging Cornflake Killers. And there's a set by him here, which I think I was at that concert. This is back when I used to go out and do things. in the 80s and early 90s before I realized it's not safe to be out there, and I just turned into Gomez Adams, not ever really leaving the house. You know, once you realize how incredibly dangerous it really is out there. I am one of us says I read about 2 hours a day. Books, not the PC. Yes, I wish I could do that. Yes, indeed. Damn, man. Well, damn, that was kind of shocking to hear. I thought it was an April Fool's joke about what's his face, uh, the guy from Top Secret passed away.
Yeah.
Jim Morrison, Batman. What is this? I can't. Val Kilmer. Sorry,
Yeah.
I call him the guy from Top Secret because that's such a great movie that no one knows about.
Did you
It-
watch the Val Kilmer documentary that came out about 2 years ago?
no, I didn't
Oh,
know
you should
about it.
watch it. It's excellent. I think it's called Val, and it's about him getting throat cancer, and it's about him and his son mostly. It's a very good documentary. It shows his whole life. It shows he's a really nice guy. It's a really sad thing that he passed away, but he was sick. He had cancer.
Yeah, I think he died of pneumonia, but it was probably uh,
Oh,
consequence of the
he
other
had
stuff.
mental health problems, I believe. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He had surgeries, and you
Hmm.
got to see the movie. He doesn't look good in that movie. It's a couple of years old. I don't
Yeah.
think he fully recovered ever.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, he made some really good movies. But he wasn't. I guess he wasn't a bad Batman. It was just a bad Batman. It was a bad movie. Uh, he could have been okay, I guess. Uh, I
I
don't even
liked
remember.
Willow. He was in Willow. That was a good movie. He was good in Willow too. It was a good
I
movie.
never watched Willow.
I liked it. It
Uh,
was good.
I didn't like that little dwarf that's in it. I thought, oh, they're trying to make a Hobbit movie. I don't know about this, but I never gave it a shot. But the Batman movie he was in was that the one that had Two Face, the really bad one, and the
Yeah,
Riddler?
Batman. It was called Batman Forever
Forever,
with
yeah.
Jim Carrey and Tommy Lee
It's
Jones.
where the Batmobile is just ridiculously exaggerated. The one thing I remember about it
Yeah,
that I thought was interesting was it seems like Bruce Wayne's sitting behind a desk and he needs to be Batman and he just falls backwards into a tube. And and I thought no one has ever shown Batman down a tube. It was
he was really good as Doc Holliday. Did you see that
I've
movie?
always been told that movie's good and I've never seen it.
Man, that's a great
Tombstone,
movie.
yeah. Yeah, I've heard that
Tombstone.
didn't he win an
Kurt-
Academy Award for that or something?
I don't know, he might have won Best Supporting. I don't remember, but Kurt Russell's great. It's a great movie. That's an excellent film.
I don't know
You got to
why
see
I
it.
haven't seen that. I guess that was around the time period that they started putting out these westerns that I just well, there was the one Young Guns that had the music by Bon Jovi, and it's like, man, ooh, I couldn't watch a western that has a Bon Jovi song in it. And then I guess Tombstone came out around the same time, and I figured, oh, it's going to be one of these westerns with horrible pop music in it, and I don't know. But I should have given Tombstone a shot. I will. I will watch Tombstone.
Yeah, I have no idea how that passed you by. That
I
that
don't
was
know.
the era of blockbuster movie where it was. I mean, blockbuster video, not blockbuster films like at the
Right.
theater. That was the era of like. I mean, I was constantly back and forth from the video store all through. So it was like impossible not to see most of these movies. Um,
Yeah, but
I
see, I
didn't see them in
was.
theater, but I got them from Blockbuster and whenever it was on Blockbuster. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It was probably me getting the Beast from Yucca Flats and Rat Finka Boo Boo
Oh, see,
and shit
and
like
also
that.
I was always in a relationship. I'm either married or with a woman my entire life until 7 years ago. So
Uh,
all of my entertainment was female based in most areas. You know what I mean?
okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'll watch Tombstone. I've always liked the Wyatt Earp story and everything. I just
And so
must
I
not.
wasn't able to spread my wings and watch The Beast of Yucca Flats in
Oh
1996.
yeah,
You understand? Yeah.
yeah.
The windows had dust ruffles, and there was a basket collection and Yankee candles and all kinds
Okay,
of
yeah.
Tupperware,
I get you.
the pampered chef garlic mincer. Yeah, the whole house was like that. It wasn't like it is now. It was always like that.
I am one of us says we didn't cough.
Oh, he's
Hey,
right. He's
I
right. That's a
like Val
great movie.
Kilmer in Heat. Great movie. Never seen that
Yeah,
one.
it's a good movie. He's good in that.
Jackson Roykirk. I've read a lot during my 85 days offline. Why,
Oh
why,
wow.
why are you off? Was that intentional, or did you just not pay your bill, or what happened?
You did a cleanse. It's like a
Well,
internet
that's good.
an internet
That's good.
cleanse. It sounds like a good idea actually when you think about
Yeah, yeah. Um, he did a movie called Top Secret, and when he did that, he was not known at all, except as Cher's boyfriend. He's the guy that was dating Cher. This and have you seen Top Secret?
it. Yeah, I saw it years ago and I remember liking it. I saw it when it came out and I did see that in the theater because that was when I was in the army and I was single and living in the barracks. I think about 85 or 86.
Yeah. Well, for those of you that haven't seen it, it's from the guys that made Airplane, the Zucker brothers, whatever, and Kentucky Fried Movie, and Police Squad, Naked Gun, and all that. Well, it's supposed to be like an Elvis musical. Basically Val Kilmer plays this guy, I think Nick Rivers, and it's supposed to be like an Elvis movie, but winds up being, or this character that's supposed to be Elvis winds up in a spy James Bond kind of thing behind the Iron Curtain or something like that, and it has music all through it. It's really
Shit, sorry about that, you guys. Hold on. Keep going.
he's squeezing his nose. He's a clown. Uh, uh, anyway, it's a musical and it's really good. It's really funny, and no one remembers it. But yeah, Val Kilmer. Val Kilmer could have been an okay Batman. It's just a shitty movie.
So
George Clooney, same thing. I mean, that
people remember
actor
it.
had a good director and a good script, could have been a good Batman. What is it?
People remember that Top Secret movie and they talk about it like even before him dying yesterday. People talk. I've heard people talk about it. But the other thing he was in too, it was pretty good too. I think it was called what was it called? Kid Genius or Little Genius or I remember seeing that too, and it was kind of good. It was like a young, like a kid movie, and he was like a genius, like a child Reed Richards, and they went to outer space, I think, in a homemade spaceship.
Was he a kid at the time when he made the
Yeah,
movie?
I think he was about 16 or 15 or something. I don't remember, but
Oh,
I
really?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
really? Well, okay. So I don't know when that would have come out in the late 70s or around there.
I don't know, maybe early 80s.
Because
So
this
maybe
guy,
he was older
or my
and
wife,
playing younger. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting
well,
my time mixed up.
he's like 5 years older than us.
Right.
So you
But I
just
just
gotta,
remember seeing him in a movie where he's like a kid scientist with glasses. And I feel like that was the first time I saw him, not Top Secret.
yeah. Man, I have no
He was
idea.
also in Top Gun 2, which was a huge movie, right? It was a big movie.
There's a potential
Everybody
cat
knew who he
fight
was.
happening
He was Goose, I think is what the character's name was, right?
in Top Gun. Yeah.
But yeah, the documentary about him and his life and his family and his cancer survival is very good. I really recommend that movie. It's
Hmm.
probably on Netflix or something. I think it's just called Val, but it's good. And Real Genius is the movie I was thinking of. Thank you. but he comes across as a really nice guy in that documentary, and he's unable to speak the whole time. He kind of has to whisper, or he can't talk at all.
I was just noticing an interesting dynamic with the cats. The older cat, Alan, I remember when he was a kitten, would make these same sounds that he's making now. Because I had this cat named Princess that was this white female cat that he wanted to be friends with this cat, but the cat would always just didn't like him, and then he would go and cry like he's doing now. And I think this white cat Callie was hissing, and then Alan was making this sad noise. It didn't seem like he was an aggressor, so I think the little white cat's scared of Alan, and Alan was kind of wanting to be friends. That's my guess, but I could be completely wrong. So anyway, what are these people saying? I heard he was pretty difficult to direct in his early movies, and I believe he admitted that in the documentary and apologized. Yeah, what did I
Yeah,
see.
that's not surprising. Like was he separate than the Brat Pack? He wasn't like a member of the Brat Pack,
Oh
but he
no,
was
he
a Brat
wasn't part
Pack.
of that.
He had extreme privilege, I think. Right?
Well, his thing, I got the impression he's one of those guys that gets completely into the role and becomes the person, and
Right. Like think about how good he did at Morrison, and he did
yeah,
his own singing in that too. In the Doors,
yeah,
he was perfect.
yeah. They said
You
the other
forget you were
members of the
watching
band,
Val Kilmer when you watch that movie.
when they heard the recordings, they couldn't tell if it was Morrison or him.
So when I saw that, it was like watching. You really, it was an outstanding job. Now that I think of it, I don't think
Yeah,
I've even rewatched it. I saw it when it first came out, and I haven't seen it since. But I remember he was outstanding.
yeah. He really looked a lot like him. It didn't look exact. There was something missing in him that Morrison had, and it might have been even when Morrison was completely stoned and doped out of his mind. I think there was something in the eyes. You could kind of see more of an intelligence, or I don't know, in his eyes, or Val Kilmer. I'm not knocking him, but he always had kind of a look in his eyes, like he's kind of not the brightest guy in your acting class. Like he's kind of like, I guess, the look that Bo Derek has in her eyes. It's just kind of like, I don't know. I don't know. I just figure that I need to just shut up because I don't want to insult someone that just passed away. But I hear that he was kind of a dick filming The Doors. Um, but I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, he was a great actor. But yeah, that director though that made Batman Forever and Batman and Robin was a terrible director. I hated all his shit, including The Lost Boys that everybody reveres. Uh, yeah, fucking idiot. So did you hear, Meyer, that everything got sold of Mike's except for like a couple of books and a hat?
Oh, that's great. That's good. Oh yeah, I saw that. The price guides and the tinfoil
Yeah.
hat.
So
What are you going to do with those price guides?
You guys keep them if nobody's gonna buy them. You should use them as reference. It says right on it, "Do not sell." For the
Oh, you can't sell them.
store
That's
what?
like
use only.
taking that tag off your pillow.
Store use only, not for sale.
That was at his booth in the antique mall. I was trying to tell the old lady behind the counter, "Don't sell my price guide."
Yep, that you're right, probably.
That's exactly what that was. It's going to be Mike's own handwriting on there. Uh, so whose stuff is out in the mail? Is Hans's on his way to him?
Everybody's stuff is in the mail except for yours and Myers.
Oh, okay. We're well. We
It's
have
in
a
the
lot to
closet.
tell you. This.
Want to see it? It's right there. It's those two piles right there.
Okay.
First pile's Myers and the second pile's yours.
All right. So uh, you might have boxes tomorrow or the next day.
Tomorrow for sure.
Cool. So then you just gotta let me or my wife know to what the postage will be, and we'll get it to you. What the hell is that?
These are police academy handcuffs.
Oh, they're real?
Yeah, they're real handcuffs
Oh, interesting.
from the cartoon Police Academy.
Oh, I thought. I thought you meant they used it. I'm really stupid tonight. Never mind.
You're just tired.
Oh man, I've been tired, but I got a lot of sleep last night and had some really vivid dreams, but I'm still not fully recovered from. I got I spent like 11, 12 hours in an airport waiting for my wife to arrive on Monday because of all these snafus on flights, and I didn't get home till 1:30, and then I had to work at 6:30 the next morning, and since then I've been trying to recover, which is why all night I've on the show I probably haven't been the most dynamic presence.
How much sleep did you get on Sunday night? What did you end up doing? Remember how I was saying like you're going to end up, what was like 3 or 4 hours or something? But
Well, let me think. Sunday night was the night before I picked her up.
well,
Uh,
I'm thinking Monday night then, because it was the night that
oh yeah.
you
Well,
left the airport, you
well,
had to
okay.
drive home, and then you had to get up and go to work.
Well, what was going on? Yeah. I was in this airport, and I spent hours talking to Meyer on the phone, just trying to stay awake, and we were just talking about things, and it was a surreal experience because the airport played nothing but the music that was popular on MTV around 1982, 83, and it was very surreal because I realized, the music I used to hear in the airport was music for old people, and I realized that's music that's 40 years ago, whatever. And so the music from my high school years is now music for old people. It was kind of sobering, but it was interesting to hear some of this stuff that I haven't heard in decades playing. And I've never dreamed I would hear the Ramones playing in an airport, but I did. But anyway, well, she showed up, and uh, about after 11:30, and then it was an hour and a half drive home, and so I think we got this. I got in bed about 1:30, and this. So I get maybe 1:30,
A
maybe
good
3.5 hours
solid,
sleep.
solid 3.5 hours.
Yeah, and then that was Monday night, and then Tuesday night. Um, well, my wife and I were talking to Kevin on the phone, and I fell asleep. Was that last night? No, Tuesday night. No, that was the day before yesterday, and I fell asleep. So when I woke up, I guess they were talking for a while after I fell asleep, and then but I got more sleep that night. But I'm still tired. But last night I got this. I think I fell asleep about 6, and and slept till 4:30 in the morning. But I don't know. Uh,
Yeah, you're jet lagged and you didn't even have to fly.
Right, right, right. Well, yeah, it was weird. It sounds like he got some action figures today. He got a big giant Krampus figure, and
It's more like a statue because it hardly has any movement to it.
oh, okay.
Like it's, I don't even know why they made him his like little tiny hooves articulated.
Maybe so. I don't know. Maybe to help him stand. I don't know.
It's probably because they have the rights to make an action figure. They don't have the rights to make a statue.
Oh,
To be an action
oh.
figure, you have to have so many points of articulation, probably.
Well, is it based on the movie Krampus?
Yeah, it's the movie, the blockbuster
Oh, okay.
movie.
Are you? Well, I thought that movie was fun, but I guess it was. I don't know. It came out during the pandemic, so it couldn't have been a blockbuster. It seems
No,
like.
it came out before that. It came out way before then.
Yes, it did. Now that you mention it, because my friend Tom was still alive, and he came over and watched it. Okay.
Yeah, there's a local filmmaker, and he released a his own Krampus movie, and it came out on DVD the same time, directed DVD the same time the Hollywood blockbuster came out. So he made like $1 million selling his DVD at Walmart.
Yeah, you can't copyright Krampus because but you can copyright a look just like Universal can copyright that look that Jack Pierce created for the Frankenstein monster in the 30s. But you can't copyright Frankenstein. You can, but you have to make him the monster look different. Friar Tuck asks if I'm still getting me TV. There was something that we got, some app that I had Cleo said, "Would you put?" And she got it up and running where I could get me TV and I could get that cartoon channel. And then I was going to go watch it, and I said, "Well, it's not working." And she says, "Well, we had it for 2 months and you never turned it on." And she was right. She said, so I canceled it. So I know I'm not still getting me TV, but I wish I was. But then I never am. I always have the best of intentions to watch Svengoolie, and I just never do. So she's really right. Why pay for something that I never watched? There's just too much going on. Uh, You know, there's so much going on in the real world today.
You know what they need to do with the Krampus character is they need to do an ad campaign for My Doll, all right, or Pamprin,
Yeah,
and they bring Krampus in to represent not only the evil Santa Claus but also women's menstrual cramps.
yeah.
And
But
yeah, it's
what's
another cha-ching, another $1 million Meyer idea, just
yeah,
like that.
yeah, yeah. You ought to have your own advertising firm. There's so much going on in the real world. I can't even absorb it all. I mean, you went for the tariff thing, and then today I'm hearing Laura Loomer apparently went into the president's office and said, "You need to fire these three men," right in front, just like a damn Columbo episode or something. I didn't even understand who Laura
Right.
Loomer is. She says, "This is why these guys have been compiling all this. They're actually Obama men, and they wound up getting fired. And they were asking Trump about this on Air Force, and and he's saying she's a great patriot. And it's like I was listening to Laura Loomer the other day on Rumble, and I'm going, it- if you ever listen to Laura Loomer talk on her show, then you realize that's how humorous it is because she's I can't even describe it. It's not even worth getting into, but I think she's wonderful, but she's more hardcore than Alex Jones. I mean, this woman is the thing she was saying about what is the name of that woman, Jasmine Crockett? That's like, man, I can't believe she's saying this stuff. And all the stuff she was saying about her, now that, it's Trump has said, I like this woman, that he's gonna, well, you like this woman, and she said this stuff, this mean stuff about this woman, so therefore you must feel that way about, how they attach, you know, what other people say to you. I'm saying, man, because Laura Loomer's, uh, do you guys know who Laura Loomer is much?
I do. I do.
Uh,
Yep.
what do you
I'm pretty
do? You
sure.
think she's
And
pretty or do you think she's ugly? She's one of these people that you just can't. Uh,
I don't think she's unattractive. I think that physically she's not unattractive, but I think because I happen to like her personality and her charisma, I think
yeah,
that she's attractive. Yeah, I would say yes. I'd
yeah.
say that she's a 7.
It's weird because it's hard. I don't know. It must be like what women feel about Mick Jagger or something. She really looks a lot like one of the cats we adopted because his eyes are too close together. Just, oh my gosh, look at that. You know what? When you go in super close to the eyes, it looks like a Pirates of the Caribbean pirate. Well,
Yeah,
when
it
you
does.
zoom out, it looks. My wife put that mask on and it was like very disturbing. And when I
It
put it
fits
on,
really well. That
when I
mask
put
fits.
it on, it did. She was not happy with me putting that on. It's a mask that you just cannot wear without disturbing people. I think
Yeah,
it's the
it's really good.
gaze, the eyes, the smile.
Yeah, it looks good with that hood, Kevin. It takes on a real like eyes wide shut type look.
Yeah, Ernest Borgnine and what was that movie? The
The
Devil's
Devil's
Rain.
Rain. The
Yeah,
Devil's Rain. Yeah.
that's a good one.
This hood has a wire in it too, so you can put it in any shape you like.
Where did you get this hood? Where do you order hoods from?
You have to hoods are us, yeah. No, you have to buy. I just bought old masks that are falling apart and just rip the
Oh,
hood off them.
oh, I see.
Buy rotting masks.
Why are you asking if I'm still getting Me TV? Is something cool coming up on it, Friar Tuck? I mean, I think, yeah. I wish they would give Gwen Gooley a spinoff show.
I watched a really crazy movie last night called The Pit. Have you ever heard of this movie, The Pit? I think it's from 1982.
I don't think so. What's it about?
It's about this weird kid, like a 12-year-old kid who's like a loner and he gets bullied and he finds a pit out in the woods like behind his house, and in this pit are these creatures living that kind of look like Jawas, except they're like kind of hairy Jawas with glowing red eyes.
Oh, I
And
think I
he
did see
starts
this in the
he starts
'80s, right?
feeding all of his bullies, like he lures them there and pushes them into the pit. Yeah. And
Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah, I
saw I
remember
saw
that.
that in the theater. It was about 1984, 85, right?
I don't remember. I thought it was 82, but yeah, probably. I don't
Yeah,
remember
Me too,
the
exactly.
then.
boy has a sister too, doesn't
Yeah.
he?
Yeah.
The boy has.
No, he didn't. He had a babysitter. He didn't
Oh
have a
yeah,
sister. His parents left him with this hot girl babysitter, and there's like brief nudity, and he's really creepy. The kid is really creepy. The main character of this movie is pathological. Like he's like a kid that you'd be at the psych ward. He's like a kid. Yeah. Anyway, it's a pretty good
Yeah, I
movie.
think I
Actually. I
saw
enjoyed
that.
it. It was pretty funny, actually. The acting was good in it. It was good. It was funny.
So, Friar Tuck, you're saying that on that channel, IOTV, I can get Me TV as one of the channel choices? This is something from China. It has this channel called that I watch every Saturday morning and every Sunday morning. I tune into this channel Friar Tuck told me about.
Oh
It's
yeah.
uh, it's called oh shit, I don't remember. something rewind. It's got
Saturday
a.
morning rewind.
It's
Saturday morning retard. I mean rewind.
no. It's what was the cartoon thing channel in the '90s called?
Cartoon Network or no? Cartoon Express.
No. Well, let me
Cartoon,
just pull it up.
cartoon.
Let me pull it up.
The
I am
USA
weird.
Network, Cartoon Express.
It's called Toonami
Tsunami.
Aftermath is the name of the
Tsunami.
channel.
Yeah.
And at 5 in the morning they
That's
play.
late 1990s.
Yeah, well, they'll play 1967 Spider-Man for about 45 minutes, and then they'll run maybe an episode of Captain America from 66, and then an episode of Fantastic Four from 67, and then they'll show a few Birdmans and a few Space Ghosts, and by that point it's 7 o'clock. It runs from 5 to 7, a 2-hour block, and they also run Hulk cartoons, Iron Man and Captain America alternating, but
Meyer,
it's
did you see all this food that was left at my back door here?
No. Why was that food left at your back door?
I think somebody had a delivery from Walmart and they just left it on my door instead of somebody else's.
Wow. Was there a tag or a receipt for anything?
I didn't see. I was waiting to see if maybe a neighbor would come over.
well, there's obviously a real gourmet with their EBT card.
I was just gonna say,
There's 2 packs of chocolate chip
that, but
cookies.
I'm not a bigot like you, Grottu. So I'm glad that you said it before I did. But I was just going to say it looks like an
Well,
EBT.
Black
okay,
licorice. I haven't.
okay.
I'm not old enough to like black licorice yet.
First of the month EBT load, right? This is what
Well,
it looks like.
Look at this though. Look at this tub of red licorice.
Ooh,
Five
this is
yeah,
good
pounds.
man,
stuff. Yeah, I love that
it's
right
all
there.
the food
5
groups.
pounds.
Uh,
The
Look at
food
this.
pyramid. And I thought you lived in a food desert.
Look at
man, you
this.
got to save that for the apocalypse, man. They said you need to stock up food.
Look at this cheese wows in there. 2 things of cheese wow.
Oh, it's all snack food. It really is all snack food.
Look, cheese wow.
I've never heard of cheese wow.
That's
Is that
great.
associated with that sham wow guy?
I think that guy died. Salt and vinegar Pringles.
Those are good.
There's white
That's
bread.
good taste. I approve of every item you've shown so far. I mean, I wouldn't choose it, but I would eat it.
If someone
White bread.
spends more than
Look at
thirty
that white
dollars in
bread.
your store, you should give them one of those things at random as the
There's no
prize.
receipt. There's nothing. No receipt.
What are they doing? Going to the lake? This looks like the food you buy when one person gets beer and the other person gets food to take to the lake for the afternoon. This is what it looks like.
Might have just been a homeless person that set it down and then went out and got
But my
murdered.
my customer said there's food outside. That's what I thought. I thought it was some homeless guy's sack lunch that he left out there.
Yeah,
Food.
maybe they got arrested and the food got left behind. No, that
No,
wouldn't be
this
it.
isn't a homeless guy's food.
No,
I can tell.
it's a
It's
delivery.
obviously a wealthy person's food.
Obviously.
Thurston Howell the Third.
I'll take
How
the
long do I
cheese.
hold
Wow.
it? How long do I wait before I start eating it?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess aren't you
Maybe you
closed?
shouldn't.
I think you're closed. What was it there? When did it get delivered?
Like just before I came on air.
Oh, okay. So it hasn't been that long. But I
What
mean,
would you
what can
eat
you do? Put
first?
it back outside when you leave?
I don't think I should leave it out there. No.
What would you eat first, though? What is
Well,
the
if
best
it's a
thing, man?
delivery, then the person who didn't get it will say I didn't get it, and then they'll re-deliver it. I don't really know. I'm not sure what
Yeah,
the ethics
that's.
are. I need to look it
I
up
think
in
the
my.
first thing I would eat is the Pringles.
But since there's no address, there's no way you can give it to the whoever it really belongs to.
No,
That's
What
true.
I
But
thought, don't they take a picture of where it's left when they deliver something like this?
I'll find.
maybe, but where
And then they'll email it to the person who bought it. They go, here's the picture. We left it at your door, and they'll be able to tell that it's my building because it's bright blue in the background.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. You're the only bright blue building probably in the whole city.
And then they come next door and they knock and they say, "Hey, was there some stuff left behind?" And I said, "Yeah, well, here you go. I ate one of the Pringle cans."
Well, maybe you should just keep it in the bag for a couple of days. I think that stuff will probably last for months with all the preservatives in it.
I think so
And
too. I think that's
uh,
probably the safest thing to
yeah,
do.
just
Is just to
unless you're
leave it
if
right
you're
there for
This
visiting
about
the
cheese
2
is
hills.
days.
good like till 2030 something.
Well, you've been eating all the ramen noodles, so all this stuff looks good to you right now. You should go to that Mexican restaurant and uh and not dig into. I don't think this is the most healthy stuff for you, man.
Yeah.
Cheese
No, I'm
wow.
gonna wait.
Cheese
I was
wow,
looking.
it's almost worth saving just for the can. It's like an imitation cheese whiz. Look at the picture. It's
His
really
little face,
insane.
just like the
Look at these are like zits on his face. It'd be funny if he had white right here, like he was a nerd with glasses.
yeah, he looks like a soy boy with the unironic the handlebar mustache. Or is that a
Myra,
duck? Is that a duck
No, it's a man with glasses.
and a
you're
mustache?
being asked by Last Frontier if you live by
No,
Bodega
I
Bay.
used to live. I used to live in San Francisco, about a half hour from Bodega Bay, but now I don't. I live in the mountains. We
Okay,
still live close.
Justin is the devil on your shoulder saying you should just go ahead and enjoy some Pringles and say that's all that was there when I found it. Last Frontier says Creature Features on YouTube is filmed there. It's a great channel. Okay, cool. What would you guys do in the chat if this happened to you? Would you eat all of this in one sitting, or would you put it back out for the homeless rats?
Yeah, I can't leave it outside though. The
No, I wouldn't leave it outside. I would.
coyotes and the foxes and the roof rats will eat it.
You have coyotes and foxes in the city?
The foxes live on our roofs, and so do the rats. They live on your roofs.
Damn, that's insanely cool. I guess maybe it isn't if you've got pets that might get eaten by them, but uh, who would who would have thought? I never dreamed that even could happen. Damn. You have roadrunners running around on the highway?
No,
Where is Roadrunner supposed to take place? Like New Mexico? What do you guys think? I never even
Mojave
thought about.
Desert, California.
Oh, that's California, really? Okay.
Yeah, Death
Damn.
Valley.
So, what do you guys think about the pyramids? What do you think?
I'm still waiting to find out. That's one of those ones where, so sometimes we just were talking about it earlier. This news cycle gets really overwhelming for me, is even when it's all good news. So, like, as well as that thing from last week, that stupid bullshit Intel uh, web chat thing, and I wait for everything to get rinsed out and wrung out and dried on the lines. Not everything, but sometimes I don't have enough interest to watch all the videos to find out what everybody's saying. I'll wait until we find out for sure. The same with the JFK stuff too, and also
Yeah,
with the arrests that I'm still pissed off that haven't been made. I feel like we're not getting
yeah.
enough arrests from Cash Patel or Pam Bondi. I want to see more perp walks. I want to see people locked up in chains. I want to see, you know what I
What
mean?
What about one of the girls that was being used by Epstein that was had a picture taken with Prince Albert in the can or
And
whatever?
then she
Yeah.
mysteriously died the
And
other
then
day.
a school bus hits her going 100 miles per hour. What school bus goes 100 miles per hour? And
The
then
Clinton Unified School District, I think is what it's
and
called.
then I heard something weird, like she wasn't driving, or maybe she wasn't injured because she was saying, "I only have 4 days to live, guys, because my kidney's gonna fail because I was hit by a bus going 100 miles per hour." Or was she trying to hide, go into hiding? Is this true? uh, you know, it's very strange. And then I hear there's still a lot of files that was being kept
All of
back
that gets
about
overwhelming to me.
JFK.
and I
But
want to focus on watching cartoons and making art and like unpacking still. Like I mean, I'm still unpacking and
but
doing stuff, exercising. You know, what I mean,
but
just
but if the
can't spend so much
pyramids,
time watching YouTube. What's that?
if the pyramids have all these shafts going down several miles below them,
Yeah.
and then things, I mean, you're getting into territory where this was not done by regular people, and then you're left with, was it space aliens or was it Nephilim? And then when you get into Nephilim, there's, I don't know,
Could be
some
the same.
passage in
Could be the same
Genesis
thing.
where it says that basically it said that the angels found these angels found human women attractive and came into them, and the children were these great men of renown. And it was just this one little bit in the Bible, and then that little bit in the Bible makes, if the Bible is historically true, that part there
What
makes
about
Greek
Gilgamesh?
mythology and
What about the
Norse
stuff that?
mythology.
Yeah, I was going to say. What about the stuff that predates the Bible but confirms what you're talking about? There's other
Well,
stuff.
what they're saying is that angels having relations with human women created these giant people that had all these powers. So basically, the Nephilim are what all these superheroes we read are based on, and it's actually a biblical. And trust me, all these comic book creators, Kirby and Jerry Siegel, Joe Schuster, they heard about this in the synagogue. So it's and the Justice League, it's just it's the Greek gods, and it all goes back to the Egyptian gods. All of this, it's all weird. You think, well, why did they believe this person had a head of a jackal or an eagle? And it's like, well,
So what about
maybe
the
this.
thought of, so you know how you can, how so, so what if there's a genetic imprint in us, in Homo sapien, to keep retelling this story? Do you understand what I'm saying? Not a
That's
conscious, I
exactly
mean an
it. It's
unconscious genetic imprint that is there by the Nephilim within us to keep us in worship and retelling the story. That's why there's so many examples of the same story over and over again, right?
Yeah, or just like dogs and cats they know how to act. They know how to do
Yes,
certain
or how
things.
exactly how everything is so defined. Why are we undefined and just willy-nilly? It doesn't make sense when you could look at three little pea-sized beans and one could grow into a scorpion, one could grow into a palm tree, and one could grow into a you know a fucking caterpillar. You know what I mean? There's so
Yeah,
everything is with direction. Everything on earth is with design and direction. So what
yeah,
makes us all think that we are so, the free will part is so all encompassing when there's got to be an imprint or a programming, right?
yeah. There's all kinds of weird stuff. I mean, there are all these mysteries about what's really in Antarctica, and then there's all this stuff about. Man, so these were fallen angels that were having relations with human women, right? That created the Nephilim, I believe, and that's why the flood really happened, is to get rid of the Nephilim and the pollution to the bloodline, and that's why there were, in the Old Testament, it's like, no, you have to slaughter every one of this other tribe because they were polluted with the blood of the Nephilim. That's why, that's what the story of David and Goliath, that was a Nephilim, the giant guy, some of these giants, and that would all explain how the pyramids were built, but I don't know. Um, what's interesting is when Trump, right before the election, said we need to pray to Michael the Archangel. Do you remember him saying that? I swear to God, he said it. It's like that's not a typical thing you hear. It's like, well, we need to pray to God, But when someone says we need to pray to Michael the Archangel, and you think, well, what does he know? Yeah, you hear, as they say that Michael the Archangel appeared to people of all these different countries in a different form. In the Egyptians, he was Ra, and obviously I'm listening to a lot of this David Wilcock shit, but this New Age stuff, but none of it really contradicts the Bible. I mean, why couldn't Michael the Archangel appear and give counsel to people in different parts of the world? I don't know. But I don't know. But things are happening right now. I've never experienced this because everything is coming together in such a way, and the people that are bad are screeching, and uh, it just it just I mean it just seems so. I don't know. You just never can tell how the world's going to be different in 1 week from today. What next Thursday? How different are things going to be? Uh,
My son was telling me today about, so there's a fight coming on, not this weekend, but next weekend, that we're going to watch over at his house, the UFC fights. And so we
uh-huh.
were talking about the fight that we're looking forward to. So then he told me about this guy that's fighting next weekend that we're going to see, who is super outspoken. Like, he is like even more like out of than like Joe Rogan, even though he's like been on Joe Rogan and stuff. But he was telling me this guy has crazy tweets and he's very popular and he's a
I,
really entertaining fighter.
I
But
know who the guy is. Then
oh,
I
you do?
remember.
You know who he is?
Well, I don't maybe know his name, but I remember seeing him at, if it's the guy I'm thinking of, at press
Yeah. So I think
conferences.
this guy's name is Bryce Mitchell, and he talks about everything. And I mean, like he there. What I saw today, he was talking about how he doesn't believe in seat belts. There's a lot of things he doesn't believe in. Yeah,
Uh,
all the COVID stuff, all that he openly talked about all of it like a couple of years ago. This guy gives zero Fs, like does
yeah,
not care about.
I've heard him talk. It's really funny. And he looks at the reporter says, you're the reason all of he's just he, he trusts, yeah. he, he's pretty funny. Yeah.
Yeah. So when my son told me that he likes, and so it's like the little things, I don't talk to my kid about politics because he's young, and then my daughter-in-law is even younger, and
Mm.
so she was raised within the machine. So she's, so I don't want to push against things and hurt her feelings, even though she knows exactly how I feel and think, and we've talked. But so I was happy to hear that he liked that guy. All
Well,
right. Okay,
well,
that's good.
that's I think that if you're being subjected to massive doses of propaganda and you're smart enough, you start to rebel against it. I mean, you
Well,
realize that it's
in my experience, like with my two sons, they did, but women have a different gene lineup than men do, and they have something called a higher level of what is it called? Gosh darn it,
caring, nurturing.
there's
They
both
want.
of those, caring and nurturing, but also compliance. So they have like a two notch above us in the compliance level, where they are willing to follow orders and listen to authority two times more than men are. And
Yeah, but even they can eventually, the bullshit gets
not
stacked
real,
up
not
so
as much
high.
as not at all as much as men, because women are it's a completely different thing happening. Women are in competition with each other, and in order to stay within that pecking order, they have to comply and be a part. That's why they all wear makeup. They all spend money on useless things, right? That they don't
Yeah,
need to use. They
like
don't
we
need
don't.
to even attract men. They don't need it. I'm
Yeah,
serious. We're talking about all the things that they blame the patriarchy on, but is actually their own creation. Like
right.
the unexpected, the weight thing or the appearance, it's all about them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So part of that is why they comply. They graduate college at a higher rate than men too, for the same reasons. All they get better grades, they get promoted at a higher rate in certain corporate settings. They're almost always in charge of the HR department. There's a bunch of things. They're all about policing. That has to do with the nurturing because they think that they need to be in control and make sure everything gets worked out the right way.
Yeah.
But men,
Most
the
centuries saying the
opposite.
same
Men
thing.
are willing to be lone wolves. Compliance and compassion, they are very easily manipulated. He's right.
Yeah, that sums it up pretty well. Well, uh, yeah, well, yeah, that would be interesting to watch. How do you watch? You have to have a subscription to watch these death matches.
Yes. Yeah, he pays for it. He pays like I don't know. I think he pays it for it yearly or something, so it's cheaper.
Okay, those are the things that Trump goes to quite frequently.
Yeah, that was the last one that I watched over there was where it was a great one where everyone was there. Elon, Trump, Dana White, and the John Jones won the heavyweight championship again, and he like did a Trump dance in the middle of the ring, came over and knelt down and shook President Trump's hand. It was outstanding. That was about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago,
Yeah.
maybe longer.
Well, I think people are waking up. They just I don't know. Let me see what the headlines are right now. Hold on. Oh, let's see what they're saying.
Did you see where Rosie O'Donnell is now having second thoughts about moving to Ireland? It's hilarious, dude. So
Yeah,
funny.
I heard about that. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Some of these headlines on Infowars, I can't. I don't even want to read them online. Oh my god, that's horrible. Uh,
Was it about that kid at the track meet?
no, it's something even worse. Some Satanists convicted of force feeding school children feces and blood, and then this other one. This next headline: down. Good Samaritans beat shit out of attacker after 7 stabbed in DC knife rampage. And then the next thing, I'm just flipping through InfoWars. Top advisor to RFK Jr. spars with big pharma lobbyist in exclusive interview. USA fencing tournament expels female competitor who took knee and refused to fight trans opponent. And then
I like Winslow.
apparently Star Wars actor John Boyega attacks fans as racist white elitists.
Yeah, I saw that. I watched the video.
Mainstream media panics after 3 pro-war Biden holdovers on Trump's national security team fired following Laura Loomer Oval Office meeting. Yeah, apparently Laura Loomer just came in and just said, these 3 guys, you need to fire them immediately on the national security team. And he did,
That's
because
awesome.
she had all the proof there in hand that these guys were bad guys. So it's
Yeah,
just,
she's like you're right. It's very Columbo-like, or what was that? What was Angie Dickinson's character named Pepper?
yeah, policewoman.
Yeah, it's
Forget
very.
Pepper, I forget her last name. She's the,
Yeah, very. What was it called? Quinn Martin production.
yeah, man. Man, what are we looking at there? Some bars? Kevin's in jail, man. He got arrested.
We're inside
No,
the.
he's in Walmart looking for Mego figures again. Or he's actually there shopping. He told me
Yeah,
he had to go
he's at the
shopping,
grocery
grocery
store.
shopping. Pauline Dell says, oh my gosh, what are you guys talking about? It doesn't sound good from a women's perspective. I bet they are responsible for the okay. Uh,
About the what is it? Is it the 19th Amendment, where if women weren't voting, then everything would be perfectly fine? I think that's what we're talking about.
stop. Uh, I think that uh, what we were trying to say is, what were we trying to say? Uh,
That that kids that young
Oh,
kids like
as
Generation
far
Z,
as
like kids that are 10 years out of school or in school still, that the males have a higher propensity to rebel and not believe the woke programming of the teachers in school, and women or females have a higher risk of believing in it and
yeah, it's
becoming a
not
part of it.
all. It's just on average. There's a lot of women that
It's
are
just,
like
yeah, I'm
they'll
talking
like,
about
oh,
on average
it's like,
as a whole, and the dynamics being different. The
they're more
dynamics of boys and girls being different.
they're more likely to tattle in class. Don Davenport is eating a meatball sandwich right out in class.
Absolutely,
The
absolutely.
guys
They're
don't do
way
that.
less likely to get in trouble at all, while
Uh,
boys are getting in trouble all the time.
the girls are going to be more compliant and do what not all, but it's just the way that the human animal interacts and acts. It's not everybody, but as far as there's a lot of dumb women out there that think Taylor Swift can sing, and those women, had they been able, the ones that like Taylor Swift, if they happened to have lived back 150 years ago, they wouldn't have voted for Abraham Lincoln, or because he's ugly. He's, had a high squeaky voice. Of course, nobody really knew that back then. In fact, we have no real, all we have is, that's the interesting thing is all the movies, they make Lincoln sound very distinguished with a deep voice because it looks like from the photographs that that's what he must have sounded like. But contemporary people that saw him speak said he had kind of a high pitched voice. But that stuff didn't matter back then. Once TV and radio came in, uh, that's why you get people like Gavin Newsom uh, elevated to the, there's because just he's good looking, so he must be good,
Yeah,
and
it's
he's
a lot.
he's
Do you
pulling
remember
out the
that movie?
bullshit lately. What?
Do you remember that movie? I think it was called Elected with Reese Witherspoon and Matthew Broderick. It's about like a
Election? Yeah,
high
yeah,
school
I
politics.
saw that one. Yeah,
It's just an extrapolate. So all of our politics are like an extrapolation of student council. I mean, I remember what that was like, and this is the same thing. It's the same
yeah,
people, even.
yeah. Well, Gavin Newsom now has his own little podcast, and he's trying to say what I don't even know why people say Latin X. What does that even mean? And then they show clips of him saying it. But right now he's trying to make people forget about his old self. He's trying to rebrand himself as a less liberal guy because he wants to run next time as president.
He's pulling a
And
Tracy Flick. That's what her name was, Tracy Flick. Remember Tracy? That was that
oh, in that
Reese
movie,
Witherspoon's character was Tracy Flick, and she
I
was like an ultimate dirty politician, willing to do anything and everything, just like
I
all these people. Yeah.
yeah, I remember seeing that movie. Yeah, um, yeah, I don't know. Um, I Man, he's getting a lot more healthy food than all that stuff that was delivered to his door.
Yeah, he's hooking it up. This is Winco. This is an outstanding
Oh, I've been in
supermarket.
Winco. They had a Winco back where I used to live.
Love this supermarket. It's a good one.
Yeah, but they don't have Migo figures there, man. That's the problem. Trudeau received around 80% of the women's vote. That's why he was elected.
Boom.
Yeah, there's this girl on YouTube, that the real young girl that sings old standards. Her name's Allison Young, I think. Allison Young. She's like some girl that exists today that records Buddy Holly songs and old standards from the 40s, and she has a really good voice. I think she was a teenager. She's probably in her 20s now. But I remember one time she was talking about that Justin Trudeau is the most handsome man in the world. I was thinking, you dumbass. Um, and then you realize that his father is, most people think that his father is Fidel Castro because his Trudeau's mom used to hang out with Fidel Castro about the time that Trudeau was born, and Justin Trudeau looks almost exactly like Fidel Castro if you just imagine him without the beard. And anyway,
I
I
used to
don't know.
work. I used to work in behavioral health and I used to work in this lockdown adolescent unit, and I was a manager there, and it was 12 to 18-year-olds, and it was co-ed, males mixed with females on one full-time 24-hour unit.
Uh-huh.
So the average typical makeup of this unit would was differentiated by, similar to what we were talking about. Most of the males, the most common diagnosis would be conduct disorder or oppositional defiant disorder.
Uh-huh.
And for the females, it would be depression, anxiety, anorexia, and self-harm. So the teenage boys, most of them are violent and acting out, and it has to, and then most of the girls are doing something. They're doing different things completely.
Yeah, the guys are acting outward and the girls are acting inward.
Yes, there you go.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's not always true, but it is often
It's
true.
just the average. That's just it's
Yeah.
obviously not always true. It's just that's the most common makeup. That was the most common setup that you would see.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Would
I
be
think
like 60% of each population would be those diagnoses or
I think
variety of.
everybody's seeing through the bullshit now, and the ones that were desperately seeking the attention, they're starting to shriek, and you're really starting to see all the demons come out in them. They're just uh, it's creepy. Um, but yeah, yeah. Well, I never really. It's interesting to see what Kevin's diet consists of. Look at he's got all these oranges.
They didn't have any vamp or Dracula oranges, unfortunately.
I'm sure he looked.
Yeah.
He probably has the sound turned off so these voices aren't coming out of his shopping cart and embarrassing him as we talk about. You don't know what we're going to talk about, and he's in a public place. Uh,
I can remember like about, God, it's probably been almost not even not 20 years, maybe 15 years. So do you remember when you first noticed what you thought were people talking to themselves, but they were actually talking to earbuds and a headset on a smartphone?
yeah, it
So
was.
I can remember thinking that I'm walking by someone in the cereal aisle and she says something and I stop and you say, excuse me. And then I realized that she's talking. Yeah. So I mean, it happened a couple times before I just started ignoring everyone in general.
Well, yeah, it was. It wasn't just that. If you recall, it wasn't just that people were talking to themselves. It was people are talking loudly. Oh, he went away.
Yeah, you're right.
Because in the early days, you had to really talk loudly into the phone. So
You're
you'd hear
right.
someone say, "Hi, how are you?" And you turn around and you go, "Hi," and then you realize, "Oh, they're not talking to me,"
You're right.
because
That is how it would happen. You're
it,
right.
it, it was creepy because you'd hear these people shouting, "Hi," in public places. There's a red dot. He's back, and yeah, that wasn't good. I didn't like that.
No, that's what I was saying. It was kind of the beginning of the fall because now people are even more separated or disconnected from each other, and now they're only connected to each other through the device. So everybody ignores each other, except
It's so
unless you live in a
horrible.
small town. Like here, everybody's different. If you live in a small town, it's different.
Oh, are you
In general,
outside? Wait,
obedience
who is it?
gets you nowhere.
Oh,
Look
that's
at that.
Gotham. Oh, okay.
Isn't that funny that that's the advertisement for the official wine of the UFC is what we were exactly just talking about?
And what is the official wine?
Is that George St. Pierre? Who the heck is on that wine?
I'd say it was Aleister Crowley, but he's got hair.
19 times.
Yeah.
That's
Weird.
weird that UFC has a wine.
Look at that. Obedience gets you nowhere. It's exactly what we were just talking about for the
No,
last
that's what I
15
just said. The
minutes.
tag phrase for this advertising is what we were just talking about.
It's weird. The show always works its way around in circles to. It's just kind of weird how this show.
But that's interesting
I'm the
because
master of the weave.
that's interesting because that's a masculine ad set for wine, which you don't usually see, right? It's a UFC's wine, and then it says obedience gets you nowhere. It's really interesting because that's like trying to get men to buy and drink wine or get their wives that watch UFC with them to buy that wine. It's what is that?
Yeah. Yeah. Well. Yeah. I would say it's.
It's also interesting that that ad campaign with that phrase is in the market 2 weeks ahead of this kid fighting in a big fight next weekend, and he's all about obedience getting you nowhere. He says
Yeah.
crazy stuff on Twitter. Simon told me some stuff he said that was outrageous on Twitter.
Oh yeah. 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 And what he was saying is what Laura Loomer was sounding like when she was talking about that Crockett lady.
Got it.
Very extreme stuff. So now, if that guy shows up in the Oval Office, that UFC fighter, you can tell all bets are off. Yeah, I think at this point, people are sick of the bullshit, and they're and man,
Yeah, the poll numbers are wild. So they keep showing how. I mean, it's good news for us. Like just every day it is, especially with these poll numbers. But nobody really talks about how these polls from the whole beginning have always been off by about 10 points. They're always off. So they're even lower. The Democrats are even lower than they say they are. They're
yeah.
saying the polls have got them at like 29% approval. They're at 19% approval.
So they're desperate. They want to say that Trump is just crazy. That this tariffs thing is going to destroy. Uh, I mean, prices are probably going to be a little higher for a little while on cheap shit that breaks instantly. Um, Maybe you won't be able to get all your Timu crap for 49 cents. If it's all a bunch of bootleg crap, or I mean, uh, let's see. Uh, but if you just buy a bunch of old stuff, it won't. It will never affect you. If you buy old comics, old books, stuff that was made in the United States decades ago. Uh,
I wonder
buy
if I didn't ask Simon this, but I just thought of it right now. Has the price gone up on egg beaters too? Do they still make egg beaters? Do you remember it was like an egg that was already beaten inside of a little carton? Remember egg beaters?
Trump was saying the price of eggs has gone down over 50%. I don't know. I haven't been out buying eggs.
I haven't
Maybe.
asked Simon. I know that he works, in that industry, and
It
I think things
went
are
down
looking up.
50%. Yeah.
Yeah, I think things are looking up and getting
You're,
better.
you're saying that's true, Kevin?
Yeah, 50%.
Well, I guess there's been enough time for some new chickens to be born and get to be old enough to lay eggs.
Yeah,
Because they butchered, they
yeah,
butchered millions of chickens, and they said, "Look,
yeah.
the price of eggs are up. It's Trump's fault." Well, he's not the guy that went out and strangled all those chickens. That was the Obama people, or Biden, Obama whacking through Biden, or whoever the hell. a lot of countries are already giving in to Trump. Yeah, all they've got to do is call him up and say, "We'll get rid of our tariff," and he'll get rid. He's gonna. It's probably going to be pretty spectacular. It's probably all going to be worked out by next weekend. It's like when he said, what was the country that had 97% tariffs on us? Was it Vietnam or something? It's Cambodia, something like, I don't know what we import from Cambodia, but or what we sell to them. I don't know either.
I think manicurists. I think predominantly manicurists.
Well, man. But that Hymns for Heathen public access show, uh, I recall that there's this guy. I think he's just some local punk rocker that got to be the host of the show, and he never wears a shirt, and he just goes around grinning and looking evil, playing with knives, and then there's some guy with a Mexican Jesus mask uh, that that's his co-host, and they
Is it
have
is it a Jesus mask made in Mexico, or a
think
Jesus
so.
mask? It's a Mexican version of Jesus.
No, it's like a Mexican made mask. It's real cheap.
So he doesn't
It's
look like he's Mexican. He doesn't have a mustache,
no,
like
not
the
like that.
Frito Bandito or anything.
No, it's just I remember it just being so much fun, and I guess he put all of his VHS tapes that he has all together and loaded it up to YouTube, and it's uh it's
That's
like a punk rock underground version of Night Flight or something, but it's very
cool.
there's a lot of glitches as I recall in the VHS copies, but it would be fun to watch. Uh,
You
and
know, there's a Korean version of Jesus. So I asked because there is a Korean Jesus. We used to call him Korean Jesus because when I lived in Korea, we noticed that okay, so there's a lot of Christians and probably even a lot of Catholics. I think I saw nuns there too in South Korea. And their version of Jesus, like when you see Jesus on the cross, like inside of their church or on their images of him, he doesn't look Anglo anymore. He kind of looks like a Korean newscaster, which he looks like he's 50-50. He looks like he's Jesus that's maybe half Korean. Yeah, he doesn't look like the
right.
same. And so yeah, we call him Korean Jesus. Also, it's kind of like those Latter-day Saint. Have you ever seen the Jesus that's on like the watchtower where he looks like Prince Namor? He's got a gold crown, he's sitting on a big throne with a scepter. That's a good Jesus too. That's like the other
Yeah.
planet Jesus or something. I don't know what you call it, King of the Universe Jesus.
But then there's also what's the country that has all the blue gods?
Oh yeah, India. You're talking about Krishna.
Yeah, I remember when you went to the airport in the old days, they used to give you all kinds of cool literature with blue people.
Yeah, yeah, that's the
I missed that.
Upanishads or the Bhagavad Gita.
That would have
Yeah,
been so great if the other day when I was stuck in the airport for 11, 12 hours, if those people walking around giving out that would have been great. I could have read some great stories about blue people.
I had a
Uh,
friend who was a Hare Krishna for a while, and I went and checked it all out. He like invited me. I went several times because the food was so good. The food is delicious at the Hare Krishna temple,
yeah,
and
I've been
it,
to.
it smells really good there, and the people are really nice. I mean, really nice, super
Right,
friendly. Yeah.
right. Well, what they have, at least in Dallas, and I think it's the way it is in maybe a lot of cities, is the Hare Krishna people kind of take over a neighborhood, and all the houses
How it
for
was
several
in Denver.
blocks are Hare Krishna people, and they
That's
have a
exactly
temple.
how it is in Denver. There was like a upscale Hare Krishna neighborhood, really nice houses, like 4 or 5 in a row. Yeah.
So there were these. I don't think they were punk rockers. I think you would call them new wavers when I was in high school, and they'd get in this old convertible Cadillac one of them had, that guy works in Hollywood now, and they would drive to Dallas to the Hare Krishna restaurant. I forget what it was called, and it had a wall around it, kind of like the Alamo, and you went in there, uh, and I remember the waiter. Yeah, it was like real friendly. Do you like? He was like, because I wasn't clearly I wasn't having the food I got. I don't know. It kind of tasted like toothpaste, but maybe I just wasn't used to. But the guy says, "Do you like it?" It's like Dr. Sardou and Blood Sucking Freaks.
Was it the
But
yogurt? Was it like yogurt that's runny in a Dixie cup that you drank? Is
yeah,
that
I
what it was?
don't know. This was like 1984, 85. I don't remember. It's just not what
Because
I
that's
was
usually
used
the
to.
thing. Like they drink this yogurt that's like yogurt, like plain yogurt that's doesn't even really have much flavor to it. That's runny, like a melted milkshake, and
Shit, man.
they'll
I just
give it
know
to
it
you
didn't.
in like a styrofoam cup. You know what I mean? Because everything is paper plates and styrofoam cups and everything.
It didn't
But it's
taste like
Indian food.
Taco
It's
Bell or
Indian
Burger
food.
King.
It's just Indian food. It's Indian food on paper plates and styrofoam cups.
Yeah, well, we got to go in there and see their big, like a Flash Gordon god in the that they would pray to. Like,
Yeah, yeah. They put all those flowers out there. There's like a huge
yeah,
display of flowers that they. My friend used to have to get up at like 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning, like when his name would come up on the Hare Krishna duty roster. Seriously, that's what it would be like. He's like, I got to get up at 4 o'clock all week because I have to be at the temple to set up flowers. I'd be like, holy shit, dude! What the
yeah.
fuck?
Well, they're not. No, they're not like the Moonies. Uh, what happened to the Moonies, man? They used to have a lot of those around. I
I
guess
think
they're still.
something bad must have happened. He's probably dead, that the Reverend Sun
Yeah.
Yuk Moon or something. But there was a that place up there, Oregon, Washington area is just a hotbed for cultists and
Well,
weirdos.
the Moonies, they would force you to marry someone like you never met before. I always thought that was weird. But it might be someone from another country that doesn't even speak your language, and you're set up to marry them in some mass marriage where hundreds of people are married at the same time in the same place, all at once. But do you remember when Sun Myung Moon, the head of the, I forget what the church is called. I don't think they like being called Moonies, but he funded a Hollywood movie called Incheon about a battle in the Korean War, and he hired man uh, Laurence Olivier, I think, to play Douglas MacArthur with heavy makeup on. And it got released in theaters, and he spent millions of dollars to make a Hollywood movie because he was from Korea, and that was an important battle in the Korean War. And I remember it got bad reviews, and
I
I
don't
wonder if
remember it.
there's I
I don't
wonder if
remember that
there's a way
movie.
to see that movie. I wonder if
It
it's
might
just
be on
like
YouTube.
it might be on YouTube. Yeah, Incheon
I
or
remember when Steve Gerber was writing like Howard the Duck number 12 or number 16 or something was like he was doing a thing about the Moonies, remember?
uh
He had a little storyline with these cultists that had the big smiley face, the big happy face.
right. Yeah, yeah. I remember that. Well, that was because of a Disney lawsuit. I think we were talking about that once. Disney sued Marvel because they said Howard the Duck was too close to Donald Duck. And so Marvel decided, well, if we put pants on Howard the Duck, he won't look as much and slightly alter the duck bill. He won't look as much like Donald Duck. But then once they put pants on him, he wasn't as interesting because what was interesting about Howard the Duck is that he looked like a funny animal character, and it felt like you were kind of reading an underground comic, like you were reading something almost that wasn't really supposed to be read by you, that is almost an underground comic, but not quite. But
Yeah, it only happened for a short time. I mean,
Yeah,
it was at the end. So, like the story I'm talking about, it was about a cult. You know, it wasn't about Disney, but that. So what happened at the end? There's like 2 issues where they made him put pants on. Then they switched to the magazine format to get
yeah,
around it. But
yeah,
even then, they put pants on him, and everybody lost
yeah.
interest anyway.
No, no. Well, that storyline was they had to explain why Howard the Duck started wearing pants. So that storyline was about Disney with the
No, the storyline
smiley
I'm
face
talking
cult.
about was like in the early issues when
Yeah, it
he
had
didn't
this
wear pants
when
at
the,
all.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they had a smiley face cult, and they were saying that he was obscene because he has no pants on or something, and they were like the foofs or something.
Yeah, they were the Fuchs. You're
They
right.
wanted it to be everything to be clean and moral, uh, and
No, so
that
that was
was
probably he probably wrote that story because that was the beginning of that case. That it was
yeah.
the
They
it
were
was,
that was to explain why he started to wear pants. So that was
but he
that
didn't
or
start wearing pants. He didn't start wearing pants until like 2 years after that comic came out.
are you sure?
100%.
Okay, maybe that was the beginning of that, but you're
Yeah.
right. But that ultimately, yeah, they were making fun of Disney at that point.
Yeah, they were
But I
probably
guess,
hearing that that was coming down. They were getting phone calls and receiving. The
yeah,
legal department was getting letters. Yeah.
it's just like the lawsuit with Captain Marvel and Superman took years before they finally just canceled Captain Marvel. Yeah,
But it was
yeah,
also about the Moonies. There was even like a cult leader that I think that was Asian that was in the story or something.
yeah, I was getting this background information because I was reading Comics Journal that I was picking up at Lone Star Comics, and it was always giving me the background information about what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I just got a private message from Kevin that some Fantastic Four footage has been shown, I guess on YouTube, but I'm still recording some of this heavy
New
metal, so
footage of FF movie was shown.
y-
Uh-uh. I wonder where
yeah,
that was. Let me pull it. Let me look and see if there's
yeah,
anything
it's
on
probably
TV.
going to come up on.
I'll pull it up real quick on the TV set. Let me see if
Yeah, you'll
anything.
probably find it. I mean, I can't show it on the show. Well, I mean, other people do, and they talk over it and make commentary, and it seems to be okay. But it seems like if I was to try that, it would not go well because just having the 1966 Marvel Comics superhero cartoon playing in the background when I'm filming a show on Saturday morning sets off a copyright claim because the AI hears something owned by Disney because Disney and ABC own all that stuff, even though they'll never allow it to be legally shown anywhere because it's just too offensive, to modern sensibilities, too violent. Captain America's fighting Nazis, and you see swastikas. It's bad to see the
I watched an episode of Super President today, the cartoon from the 1960s,
yeah, it's
and
great.
yeah, he super president. Before when he's the president and he's not super president, which is most of the cartoon. He's in an office talking most of the time. He's kind of
Yeah.
Trump like. He's kind of Trump like. He is.
His
You
name
should
is
watch.
James Norcross, as I recall. Yeah, yeah, that's something. That was about 1966. They had a cartoon where the president is secretly a superhero like Batman, and
Yeah, he looks like Ray Spannon, kind
yeah,
of,
yeah,
but he's also very like us. I mean, he's based. It's part of the cartoon.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I've got a DVD, like a bootleg DVD. I need to. I wish I had a complete set of all the Super President cartoons. They've always been hard to find.
Somebody must have a couple of the episodes on YouTube that somehow I got on my playlist and it just
Yeah,
randomly.
one popped up for me recently too. I think we've got a similar. They're
You
sending
probably do.
similar stuff to both of us. They probably know we're friends, and
Yep,
they probably
exactly.
see similarities in our playlists, so they're filtering similar things towards us.
Oh yeah.
Uh, I mean, they know everything. This AI, they see, okay, this person talks to this person. They like this. They like that. Well, uh, Yeah, Super President was a cool cartoon, and another one that was like that was the Lone Ranger cartoon from that same time period. That was a
Yeah,
weird
that's a great
cartoon
one. You're
too.
right. It's got a lot of like supernatural stuff in it. It's good.
Yeah, it really is real. It's not like Scooby Doo where um, it's always someone dressed up in a costume. It's never a real monster. In the Lone Ranger cartoon, it's all for real. He's up. It's not like the old Clayton Moore TV show. He's really going up against monsters and things in that cartoon. And yeah, there was so much great stuff coming out in the '60s. It's really a shame. Well,
Yeah, there needs to be with this golden age that's happening, there needs to be a renaissance. There needs to be a new, you know, it will take time because the new creators will need to be built and made by the new environment of success and tribulation, triumph through tribulation, the stuff that will come from the next 8 or 12 years or whatever.
I think that in a last desperate attempt to the people that want a one world government are gonna they're gonna freak out this summer. This summer is gonna be brutal,
Yeah,
violent, like that summer of love a few summers ago.
yeah.
They're gonna do something to try to kick that, and I don't know what, but it's gonna. Uh, that's my prediction. Then I think that at some point, if people start getting checks, or if there's talk about the IRS not being around next year, except for people that are extremely wealthy, that are existing at all, then everyone's going to come around. I mean, there's even these people that hate him. They're going to say, "Oh, I don't know, man." They're not going
Yeah.
to say, "Oh, I refuse. I'm going to tear up this $5,000 check because I hate the orange Cheeto." I think they'll.
I'd love to see that.
I don't know. I just hope things work out. But then I was hoping that before the election, it's like, man, what if Kamala wins? And now I'm thinking, man, what if the tariffs don't work? But they've got to work, man. I don't know. You ever heard of Valiant Thor? You know what I'm talking about?
No, say it again. I didn't hear you.
There was it's kind of like imagine if um, the day the earth stood still is a true story. That there was this guy that appeared in the '50s. His internal organs were a little different, but he looked like a person, just like Spock did. He just looked like a regular guy. He said, "Call me Valiant Thor," and he was supposed to be from outer space, and he was. This is during the Eisenhower days, and was an advisor to the government. And I don't know if you ever heard these stories. There's
Never heard of
photographs of this guy and
Never heard of this
everything.
guy. Never heard of Valiant Thor ever.
Yeah, it's
There's photographs of him.
yeah, there's photographs of him. You can look it up, Valiant Thor. There's
I'm
people who have
looking it up
written
right now.
books about him, but
So what happened with this guy? What did he say, and what happened to him?
I've got to research it. I've heard David Wilcock talking about it. I mean, a lot of people really believe this guy was for real. Uh, no, I don't know why you wanted to be called Valiant Thor unless that tells you that maybe the Norse gods were real and from outer space. I don't know. I just don't know. But I don't even know why I brought that up. It just it makes you wonder. What is? It makes you wonder if Trump is getting advice from. Could he be getting advice from angels, from spacemen? Could the fact that everything seems to just turn out his way Is it, the fact that he turned his head slightly and saved his life? Is this God looking out for him? Is it angelic presence? Is he talking? Then there's the other. I'm just talking about different conspiracy theories. Um, Trump's uncle was in charge of going into Tesla's house or apartment when he died and going through his papers because the government needed, and so what does he really know about what Nikola Tesla had? And did he pass that down to in the family? Because people think that Nikola Tesla had a way where you could just get electricity through the air, just like you get Wi-Fi. But if someone invented that, they sure don't want us to know because then they can't make money. There's a light bulb that's been burning for 100 years somewhere, I think in San Francisco or somewhere. That they say, well, that proves that they really could make a light bulb that lasts forever, but they don't want to. If you make something last forever, then no one has to buy them anymore. And, um, if you come up with a cure for catastrophic diseases, then that puts doctors out of business. So, if you come up with a way to, but anyway, did,
Designed obsolescence is what they
right.
call it.
And did, does,
There's
does
a ton of
Trump,
videos of Valiant Thor. A ton.
yeah, does Trump know stuff about Nikola Tesla? And then you think, well, Elon Musk runs a company called Tesla, and he's hanging around
Mhm.
with Trump, whose
The
uncle
exact
was
same
there.
thing as his uncle, who worked with Tesla, right?
Yeah, his uncle didn't work with Tesla. He may not have ever even known him, but he was part of the government coming in to organize or go through Tesla because they needed to go through what he had because this guy was a brilliant guy, and I don't know, maybe they took everything he had and put it off next to the lost ark. Oh, that's another thing. They say they know where the lost ark is. This is another there's so much shit has come out in the news. Unless have you heard about that?
Yeah,
That's
I heard
from
about that.
it's so much
And also
shit.
just so the thing about the pyramids you're talking about, this is legit stuff. Everything, yeah, and it's
Yeah,
just
it's all happening all at once.
yeah.
And it's almost like it's all coming out so that we don't like you get okay, well, you might freak out about that. So let's talk about the tariffs because that'll then you don't have to deal with the fact that clearly the Egyptians didn't build the pyramids.
They already didn't want to really report the news. Now they really don't want to report the news. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's just it's so wild, man. But I can't pay attention to any of it because I come home from work and immediately want to just go to sleep because I'm so tired. But I want to know more, but I can't absorb it because I don't have the time.
Yeah, I want to get focused and do bigger and better, more important things. So I'm trying to leave the or paying attention to my phone or the television all the time
Well,
behind for a
yeah,
while. I'm
I
trying to get
I,
away
I
from it. So I'm going to try and slowly. I made a new list yesterday.
hmm.
I've made a couple changes in the last couple days already, and I got motivated by that speech that I found the other day that I had never seen myself give before. That video, and I was like,
Mhm.
"Damn! I said I was going to do a bunch of stuff. I really haven't done anything the past 10 years." So
Well,
yeah.
you can get stuff done and still, have, be stuff playing in the background to fill you in on what's going on in the world because it's so
Oh yeah,
fascinating. It's hard
that's
to,
part of the change. That's what just being more productive, little bits at a time.
yeah.
That's the stuff that's on my list. I'm just not as enveloped because it's like even though we won, it still feels like we just won, and I still feel like I'm exhaling sighs of relief. Don't you? I mean, even though we're
Yeah.
winning every day, it's
Yeah.
still that always that feeling of too good to be true. But it's time for me to just kind of settle in and take in this new place and kind of become a part of this town.
Right.
Do
Right.
do
Well,
something.
yeah, same here. I really think, yeah, I've got a lot done recently as far as getting this things organized, cleaned up around here, and I really should be creating more stuff. Yeah. No, Drew, it's a cat alone. Dog's about to attack the cat. Um,
Well, I get such a great feeling of accomplishment when I do make something and I'm happy with what I make. Like John Goris,
right,
he he's so productive that so maybe he's got that high of constantly accomplishing things because he's making art every day. So I want to get back to getting in touch with that feeling of feeling like
right.
yeah, you get it.
Yeah, making movies is a great thing. Which Last Frontier says Trump's uncle was an MIT professor, right? And the government gave him the Tesla files to figure out his research.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
so
you.
that all
Yep.
right. Well, that I was trying to convey that, but I maybe got it. I got some details wrong. But that means that his uncle knows a lot, and I have a feeling that Trump knows a lot. Uh, in fact, yeah, people say that there's stuff we don't have any idea what's going on, and all this. I remember back in the Art Bell days, they would talk about this remote viewing and stuff, where they could look at things happening in other countries while they're sleeping or in a state of what I guess where there's I don't know, or they could look through time and stuff, and I just wonder if it is pretty weird that whole Baron Trump. Although, you know, naming his son Baron Trump, and then there's a book called about Baron Trump like over 100 years ago.
Is it the same spelling too with the two R's?
I I can't guarantee
Mm,
that.
yeah,
Someone could look at Google and see, but
I don't either. I
but
don't know.
really, you would if your name was Trump, you might become aware. Oh, there's this book called Baron Trump. Back, you notice other things with your
Yeah.
last name, and maybe I'll name my son that. That's kind of cool. But that doesn't mean that. Yeah, that's very possible. But I don't know if anyone's ever asked him that question. But yeah, and Bill Maher went to the White House and
Yeah, I
was
saw
treated
that.
really well. And
Kid
huh?
Rock Kid Rock basically put that all together. That
Yeah.
guy, he's something else. I mean, have you heard him talk about that thing exactly about breaking bread with these people? I like Kid Rock. Never really liked him before until recently.
Yeah, well, I don't know that I like his music, but
I'm not talking about his
I
music.
don't,
Yeah,
but
I've never really. Yeah, but I'm talking
I,
about him. Yeah, he seems like a great guy.
I want to hear Bill Maher talk about his experience. If
Yeah,
maybe
I
he
haven't
has
heard that.
already, I don't know. I don't
I
think he
haven't heard that.
has, but he's never been invited to the White House by all the Democrat presidents. Uh, but now he gets invited and he gets to see the Gettysburg Address under glass. Gets a tour of everything. I think he.
And he gets to see that the guy that he has been so terrified of and he has been defaming for the past 10 years is actually a very funny, kind, cordial, and just the greatest human being on earth. He's going to
Yeah,
discover that, just like
he's
everyone else.
he's been aware for a while how stupid the side he's on is, and has been insulting them. And so I don't know. I mean, the other side, they have to stick to the things that people have always said about Trump, about his hair looking silly, and the skin from the tanning beds making him look orange and stuff. They have to stick to that. I mean, that's about all they've got. Or he's overweight. He's looks like an Oompa Loompa. He's not that overweight, man. He's just like a lot of
They're just
typical.
preaching to their own choir. That doesn't It's not going to change anyone's mind. The numbers are so bad for them moving forward. Like from this last election, those numbers about young men shifting towards Trump are huge.
Yeah.
Um, in addition to the numbers where it's like young men from like I think it's like 20 to 40 or something is is over 50% for Trump, or maybe it was close to 60%. Then in addition, you see a lot of these TikTok videos where women are complaining about how there's no viable liberal men. And so in addition, we were talking earlier about human behavior. So uh, a lot of women are having to compromise to be with conservative Trump supporting men that are never going to change their ways. And so those women will slowly comply and
Or
they'll
they're
wake up
just
and
saying they
realize that
don't want to be
feminism is
with men
bullshit.
because they don't want to be with any men because, well, that's because, yeah, I've heard them. Yeah, it's just, well, then they don't reproduce, and then that makes their numbers smaller on the other side. And their only hope is to get people from other
Yeah,
countries that they can convince to vote their way by giving them free money. But now
which is
they've
what they've been doing for decades. That's been their plan all along.
now
And
they've
that's why they're
uncovered
going
a
after
way that
Trump so much. Yeah.
they've been giving social security numbers to these people coming in, and
That
that's
was
been uncovered.
outrageous. Did you see that outstanding like uh speech by the guy that Elon had working for Doge, that
Yeah, whose,
Spanish
whose,
guy?
whose parents are from Spain, and he said,
Yeah,
yeah, he said, I can't believe what I found.
that guy
How
was
many?
awesome.
Yeah, where was that? Where I heard it on the. Where did that happen? When did that happen?
I don't just a couple days ago. I think it happened on Friday or something before the weekend
Yeah,
at some sort of Doge press release.
right. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Um, I always thought are they using stolen social security numbers, or they're giving them new ones?
It sounded like they're getting new ones that sound like they're getting generated new actual social security numbers.
Gotham City is feeding the hogs.
Nice.
Dogs must be hungry. So, so I wonder if anyone's gotten their shipments of stuff they've gotten from Mike yet. I wonder if
What's today?
Captain
Today's Thursday?
Strangelife's has gotten his shipment yet, or
I don't know.
I don't know if he's got any new episodes up. I checked this morning. I don't think he didn't this morning. Um, then Jambo will get a package, and uh, I don't know. I think Gary's gonna pay tomorrow for the couple things he got, and I don't know. Then I guess Kevin's gonna send Mike the money soon. He was waiting until he got it all together. But I would like Mike to come on the show, and because I enjoyed hearing his stories. I don't want him to think, oh well, we the sale's over, we don't need you anymore. No, I'd like him to be a regular on the show.
I like hearing about old LA and old Hollywood and what it was like, California in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, California, what it was like collecting comics, what music, any memories of that time period are great. Because
We haven't talked to him about, I didn't ask him if he liked Cantor's Deli. I forgot to ask him that. So
yeah,
the best place to eat in Hollywood is this place called Cantor's Deli, and it's famous and it's like the best place. It's open 24 hours, connected to a bar. It's
it,
it's standing.
it,
Damon Packard uses it in a lot of his videos.
God, his videos are so great.
It's
He's
where
like
they're
the
usually
best
sitting
guy.
at those booths inside of that restaurant. I think that he's using like an AI version of Cantor's Deli.
How does he do all that? I wish I knew how all that AI works. But he's really using it in the best advantage, creating in just insane versions of everything he loves. It's a it's a tool that with a with a brilliant, clever mind like Damon Packard's, you can use AI and turn it into something
Yeah, I often when I
beyond
watch his
words.
videos, I often wonder what his prompts are, like what he must type in to get those people to look like Kay Lenz or Hope Lang, or you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
pretty,
he's figured it out. Um, it's really, yeah. He did one. Man, was it a song by America or something? He
I
did a
was just
music video.
thinking about that one where that it was Ventura Highway,
That's
and it
right.
almost
Cars would split into two.
yeah, it was Ventura Highway, and it almost looked like he used like the cover, like the prompts to the AI would have been like the cover art to like America albums or something. That they kind of looked,
Yeah.
the long hair, the beard, the sunglasses hanging out of the convertible Camaro driving along Highway 1, Ventura Highway, right?
It really creates a feeling of the time period, but on really horrifying hallucinogens or
Yes, yeah.
something. It's
His
it
stuff always has an edge. It's gonna poke you. It's not.
yeah.
It's gonna be uncomfortable. That's the idea, I
There
think.
it's funny, but it's also there's something about it that's not just vaguely demonic, because I really think that I know people think I'm crazy, but I really think that through this AI there's some demonic activity. I think it's part of what's creating the things that look that sinister. Uh, but and so uh, it's like it's like that schizophrenic girl Balin Dupree is funny, but then it's also a little scary because it's like she seems like she's almost possessed by a demon, but it's a really funny demon. It's not like the one in The Exorcist that's like horribly just horrible. It's like a demon that's got a sense of humor that's making her say pretty funny things, but it still doesn't feel right to hear that stuff coming out of this innocent girl's, mouth. It just and she's got her own series now. I don't know what channel it's on. And then another thing I realized, she's not showing up in my feed anymore. She used to be on. It's like YouTube sometimes will stop showing me stuff. Unless Cleo's unsubscribed from her or something. Maybe that's why I'm not getting her stuff anymore. Because I used to listen to this Karlin Borisenko, this ex-socialist that would,
You know who she is, yeah.
yeah, I realized, man, what happened to her? So I looked her up this morning, and I wasn't subscribed to her, and I think maybe possibly either YouTube or Cleo unsubscribed because Cleo was really hating her, or is still hating her. Um, okay, what are we seeing here? Who's showing? Oh, this is Meyer showing it.
This is Damon Packard's video called "I Go Crazy," and it's that song by that one hit wonder, Paul Davis, I think. When I look
Uh-huh.
in your eyes, I go crazy.
Okay, yeah. Well, he's
And
a
it's
friend
the
of the
same thing.
show,
It's
so I
all
don't.
of these AI women that are loosely programmed to look like people we know. And this is, I think, deeply personal. This video, I think it is about something else completely.
Yeah, there's a cool Western one he did. That he did as an experiment. I don't know if you've.
I want to find that America one.
Yeah.
This right here, this one, Ray Packard Artist Revamped, is one of my favorite things that he's made that I've seen him watch. Like he did an earlier video about his dad being a watercolor artist at Venice Beach, but this is a new version that is outstanding. This might be my favorite Damon Packard video right now. It's
Looks
so
like
good.
pterodactyls flying around.
It's so good, this video, you guys. Venice Beach, 1983.
just don't know how this stuff works, man. John Goris, know what's scary is Minions AI. People feed all sorts of horrible IRL videos, and this AI will put minions into it. Huh.
Well, you guys want? Let me show you something really cool, real quick. You guys look at this. So on this John Goris cover right here,
Uh huh.
see this?
All right.
We got to turn light on. Hold on, I got to fix this and show you with more light. All right. So when you see this Batman,
Uh
when you
huh.
get in here to his head right here,
Uh huh.
on his forehead is a fingerprint that's purposefully put there. John
Uh-huh.
took his finger and put it right there. It's
Oh.
hard to focus and see, but there's a fingerprint there. That whole image, the white that you see right there, is a fingerprint.
Oh, that's great. It
It's like
is a
his
great.
signature. He didn't do that on any other portion of the book, but if you look closely, you can see that fingerprint.
That's great. That's really great. What could John Goris do with AI? Could he create an AI version of Ghost Tank, like could
All
or
of this
all
blue,
its
all this
mutant
blue,
stuff?
this blue is all applique. That's bright blue colored paper that he's cut and then pasted to the cover.
Yeah.
So it's a custom die cut cover. This too, all the blue on the car is like armored portions of the Batmobile.
Yeah.
Look at this one.
That's great.
And this one right here.
Wow, that's really good.
Yeah, I love this so much. I'm not sure how to display it yet because there's so much to show. You know, what? How do I frame it?
Well,
It's a
you
comic.
could,
So we leave it
you
on the
could,
table. It's just a comic. Yeah.
well, you could remove the cover.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Well, I'm just giving you possibilities,
Yep, that's
and you could
possible. That's
you could
possible.
frame the two best pictures, and then make really high quality color copies of the backs, and then frame those, and you'd
That's
have
it.
four pictures you could frame on the wall, and a perfectly pristine copy of Detective Comics 33 or whatever.
Yeah, that's
I
the way to do it, is to get
Yeah,
prints made.
I don't think John would mind if you remove the cover from the book. Then you can see it, and that's what I think I would probably do. Um,
Yeah, that's a good
but
idea.
but you got to get really good color scans of the two um, that you have, or get double. Some frames allow you to see both sides, and then you could just alternate, maybe turn it the other way around when you ready to see you get tired of one picture, you turn it around. Isn't that a thing? Do people have frames that you can see both sides of the picture? I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
think they do. They do.
But I don't know if they give you an option of a hook on either side, though. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool stuff, man. We need to get Damon Packard back on the show, and maybe he can give us some of the secrets of how to create AI.
Yeah, we do. I unpacked a bunch of boxes yesterday or the day before and just
Uh-huh.
stacked them up here, right there. And then I stacked these ones up just right here because I haven't
Uh-huh.
decided where to put them, and so they're all stacked up. But my
Uh-huh.
son was over here today. We were talking. I gave him something from the old days, like some action figure, some little figure from the Dollar Tree that has been in a toy box for like 15 or 20 years. But we're talking about different found stuff that we had found, and he goes, "Do you remember that book that we got at Goodwill that had those pictures of those pictures?" He says, "There's like three pictures in it." And I go, yeah, it's kind of weird how this show works, but I said, yeah, actually, I just unpacked it last night. It's kind of weird that you brought it up. And the pictures are all in there. And he goes, well, let me see it. So let me show you this. So one day about 20 years ago, we're at Goodwill, and I found this book called Deranged, and it's the story of the serial killer named Albert Fish.
I've
It's one
got
of the
that book.
most notorious serial killers. But at the time when I found this book, this book was the first time I had ever heard of this guy, because this is before the internet, and I wasn't, so this is a deep cut of in 2004 or 2005, when I got this book. This is a deep cut. So I'm like, this is interesting. This is where I never heard of this guy. So I buy this book, and then we get it home, with our Goodwill haul, and I open up this book, and there's these 3 photographs inside this book, right?
Oh shit.
Yeah. And there's these 3 photographs that were in this book, and they kind of tell a story. And so when I pulled these out and showed these to Simon again, he completely remembered them. And we did the same. He's like, wow, I remember this. This is okay. All right. So there's these, even though there's only one photograph in here of one girl, it's really clear, if you're do a little Barnaby Jones work, that this is 2 girls, 2 friends, maybe in their apartment, maybe their first apartment. And I think they both work at the restaurant Chevy's, because what they've done is they've come home from work. There's some Chevy's bags. They brought home the actual ceramic dip containers and everything. And you'll see the girl in a second. So they've got this Lazy Susan on the table, and there's these 2 promotional Intel One figures, right? These that must have been free or something when they got their first cell phone or something like that. So they've got them, the 2 of them sitting there. And now the second picture, now they're still there, but now there's 2 pot pipes. So there's one in each lap. They each have a pot pipe, and then there's a bong in the background and a baggie, I think, in the foreground. So guys wouldn't do this. Guys don't do this. So this is 2 friends, 2 girls, right? This is, and they're showing us that they're partying right after work, I think. And then boom, here's the incriminating picture.
Huh.
That's it. That's the end. And these 3 pictures tell a little story about the girls that just got off work.
And if you guys, you knew anything about this particular killer that this book is about, and realized that this girl is reading about, it's
Yes, that these girls had this book, and that's an interesting portion of the story as well. Yeah, it's kind of the key to it, is how did these pictures get into this book? Did they belong to one of these girls? Probably this one.
yeah. There's no relation between you and the guy with the similar name.
Yeah, that was why when I first saw it, I was like, wow, I didn't even know that there was a serial killer with my last name. I was like, that's
A silly killer. Yeah, man, he's one of the
and he was
most
so silly. He wrote
horrible guys.
those ridiculous letters. He was hilarious.
Yeah, but didn't he? Oh, yeah, I didn't even want to talk about the things he
Yeah,
did.
he was really bad. Like, it's really crazy. We were talking about, Simon and I were talking about that too. Like
All
the
right, what
stuff.
are we seeing here, Kevin? Is this a facsimile coming up? What is this?
Oh, Veronica's tomatoes. Oh,
So
Betty's.
they're
Let's
doing
look at these tomatoes.
facsimiles of these double entendre covers. Is that what
Yeah, but there's
Archie
no.
said?
It's just that's a kind of a letdown, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's not that you got to really stretch. You got to really be a really depraved person to
It
immediately
only
think
works
of
if
that.
she's. Yeah, and even then, it is kind of depraved, but it only works if it's actually. I mean, even then, they wouldn't do that. It's kind of creepy a little bit. I don't
It's
know.
not like the one on the other one was pretty. It's like kind of shocking with the
The beat off cover.
yeah, yeah. I
That
didn't
was
want to say it, but
unintentional. That was unintentional. They weren't. They weren't.
I know it was unintentional, but it was at least funny compared to that
Oh, it
one.
is. It is funny. It's the
I mean,
best.
I'd
It's
still get the
is this
facsimile
cereal?
just because I like Archie comics, but
What is this cereal? What's it called, Kevin? Dr. Jelly and Mr. Peanut Butter? Never heard of it.
I don't think it exists. What is this? Something? Are we looking at previews of stuff coming up soon?
I don't know. He's muted. We can't
Kevin,
hear
you
you.
might be muted. Your microphone.
Yeah,
Uh,
Tide Street.
Oh, I see it. Cover D.
oh, okay. Yeah.
I thought it was a real cereal.
Eric Breen was really liking that comic. He said earlier. So is this so this is from Diamond under their new owners, or is this Diamond we're looking at?
No, this is all DC.
Huh.
It's all DC stuff on here.
Oh, DC. Okay. And the so that Ghost Machine stuff comes out through DC, huh?
Yep.
Hmm. Well, you still there, Kevin?
I'm here, yeah.
So there's a chance that Meyer and myself stuff will go out like Saturday. You're thinking, or maybe not?
No, it should be tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, then you got to make sure you. Cleo won't be working tomorrow, so she'd be able. You could be able to reach her to pay for the postage, unless you can wait for me to get off work to pay for the postage, or I don't know. I'm wondering if Hans has gotten his stuff yet.
I can check the tracking real quick.
John Goris says, "Know what's good?" And PBJ sandwiches, Spanish olives for me at least. Huh. Well, I don't know what a Spanish olive. How is a Spanish olive different from a regular olive? I'm not a food connoisseur. You know, when I was in ecstasy the other day, I was going into a Burger King for the first time in years, getting a giant bacon cheeseburger and the Dr. Pepper oh man, I saved the cup just because as a souvenir. When these shitty places, when you're away from them for years, they seem like pleasure domes. Going into a Walmart, I've always hated Walmart. It was like, wow, I'm in a Walmart. Shit. It's like when you're away from from civilization, makes you appreciate, you know, what you got.
The little things.
Yeah, I mean, people that have 12 comic shops within a few miles of their house.
Captain Strangeliffe should have his tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I wonder if he'll do a video.
I saw him on Instagram. He must have did some like garage convention or something.
Yeah, I saw that. I know he'll have a video about that one. Well, if it doesn't violate, because he went to a private comic sale. I don't know if they like him having a camera. Yeah. Man, I look at Facebook Marketplace, there's a guy about an hour's drive from me that has about 32 Tijuana Bibles for 200 and something dollars. It's like, when have you ever seen a big collection of Tijuana Bibles for sale on
What did
Facebook
the pictures look like?
Marketplace?
Did the pictures look good? Did he show what they look like?
We showed a picture of all of them. They were real.
Okay.
I've never heard of people making facsimiles of those, but yeah, I've never even heard of someone having that many. Uh, yeah, when I expand my Facebook Marketplace search to up north of here, there's some interesting stuff that pops up. People that have monster magazines and stuff. But I've yet to really network with someone that has similar taste with me. There's got to be some people around. Uh, my goodness. Yeah. Well, we had a lot of people watching earlier when Eric was on. I guess he brought some of his regulars over, but I can't provide
Yeah,
entertainment
probably.
for people of comic book nature. I can't. I'm not gonna. I'm just sitting here on the couch. I'm not gonna like. Here's another piece of comic books. Look, aren't they great? I don't. So they all go away. We're left with the
How
8.
how about reading every word that every person types in chat? You like doing that?
I've done that tonight, but
Oh, really?
yeah, I read I think every word. But
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Did you guys, did you guys look at the footage from the new Fantastic Four movie?
No, I couldn't
no. Are
find
you
it.
sure it's not April Fool's joke stuff?
No, it was shown today.
Where?
Hold on, tell you where.
Um, what does it show?
Can you hear me still?
Searching.
Yeah,
I'm searching. Yeah.
I mean, I should have looked, but I'm recording some
Let me look. I'm just going to
stuff.
type in. I forgot that I could just search it myself on the TV. It just takes me a second. Fantastic Four.
Just type in CinemaCon. It's from CinemaCon.
Okay.
I
Well,
see Fantastic Four First Steps final trailer 12 hours ago. Is that it?
ooh, that might be it.
It shows Sue Storm being pregnant. It shows the Silver Surfer girl.
Okay. Well, they really started right in the middle of things. Was Sue
Oh, it
Storm?
says footage not available online yet.
Um, here, well, isn't it a
Okay,
little
I'm
early
looking.
to
I'm
make
watching. I
Sue?
just saw the Silver Surfer girl's feet. It's showing her.
Okay.
Well, the footage was shown. It's just not online yet. It was shown at
Just
Well,
CinemaCon.
well,
showing
he's
some.
seeing it
There's
somewhere.
Galactus's hand. There's Galactus's shadow.
Okay.
That's
This
the
message
trailer. I
is
think you're seeing.
supposed to be Reed Richards. This is the old trailer.
I
Could
think so.
be. I didn't
It's
know
only
she was
12 hours
pregnant.
old.
Yeah, it might be 12 hours since they put it up, but I don't remember her being pregnant in the trailer. But
Yeah, this is this. So that must be new footage from that isn't released. Like just what Kevin said.
I've been
Not
hearing
available yet.
people talking about screenings of the new Superman movie, and some people saying it's great. And I so left a okay. Well, one thing I heard is that there's a little subplot in the movie where where Miss Teschmacher keeps throwing herself at Jimmy Olsen, but Jimmy Olsen's like staying away from her. Okay, so My first thoughts are, first of all, why is Miss Teschmacher, Macher or whatever, in this movie when she was never in the comics? She only existed in the Richard Donner Superman movie. So I don't know. Unless you're trying to just make it a throwback to the Richard Donner movie, I mean, she's not really a Superman character. I mean, I guess she is now that enough decades have passed since 1978 that people, okay, I have no problem with the character.
Wasn't it just
But
really about Valerie Perrine? I
yeah,
mean, the character's
it
just
was
really
about,
there just given a character for Valerie Perrine, I think.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And she was great.
Yeah,
And
she
she
was.
was, it was, she fulfilled the, like, she was
Yeah, she's perfect.
she was like the Princess Ara, the competing with, you know, Dale Arden and Flash Gordon. That's, she was trying to tempt Superman and then she became good and threw the
Yep.
kryptonite away. Okay, that's fine. But she had a purpose in that movie. Now, what are you doing, James Gunn? Okay, is Jimmy Olsen just showing you're gonna establish Jimmy Olsen with a girlfriend and he's being tempted by this evil girl to no, he's a good moral person and I know. Or is it or is it gonna be the obvious thing that they're gonna do with Jimmy Olsen? Because it's like oh, is that what where they're going with it? Of course. I hope that's not that there's anything wrong with that, but Jimmy Olsen, well, you'd say, well, he's played by a gay actor in the 50s. Yeah, and then that TV show pretty much was what caused there to be a Jimmy Olsen comic book, and the TV show kind of made Jimmy Olsen a bigger character in the comic. Why do you have to go that route exactly, James Gunn? And I don't even know if that's the case, and it may not even be true because this is just some rumor spread by someone that says they saw an early screening of it, test screening. I don't know, but I don't. That's a typical thing that Hollywood would do now. Is just okay. We've got to have some more representation in the cast, but what? How does that help the plot of the movie? Why does it matter what orientation a character has? I mean, that doesn't make them a good or bad person. It doesn't matter.
It's
Just
it's
show Jimmy Olsen being a good friend to Superman, a good moral person. Some if his sexual orientation doesn't matter, and you say, well, why do you care? Well, because we know that he in the comic book, you know, there there was oh didn't oh I well I didn't he was there were several girls, what, Lucy Lane, and I don't know. It
Lana
just
Lang. His girlfriend in high school was Lana Lang.
No, I'm talking about Jimmy Olsen. I think
Oh,
had
Jimmy Olsen. I'm sorry, I was thinking of
didn't he
Supergirl.
have didn't he have a thing for Lois Lane's? I
I don't
maybe
remember.
forget. It
I don't
seems
know.
like even Supergirl might have been someone he was interested in at one point, but my memory's bad. But
They're convinced that, well, they're beyond convinced. It's actually at the Academy Awards. They have to include it in all of their movies, right?
oh, that's right. You're right. That is a rule
So
now.
it to us it's completely unimportant, but to them these identifiers are the most important thing. These identifiers are how they start every conversation with a stranger. um, these identifiers are how they're coded to understand the environment so that they can judge what's good or what's bad. If you have the
Right,
wrong identifiers, then you're automatically bad to them. So and it's all
right.
been programmed by school teachers
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
media and the media. But
yeah.
yeah, that's pretty much it. That's so they
Uh,
want, it's super important to them how you identify uh in their weird ways that
this
they.
may not even be true, but I just want the characters as they are in the comic. And I want them exactly. I don't want Reed Richards with a mustache. I mean, oh, that's silly. Why can't he have a mustache? Because he didn't have a mustache in the comic, and that's the way it is. You know, Why can't you just make the characters look exactly like they did? Alex
Well, they
Ross.
can if they can and they will if they look the right way, Ken. If they don't look the right way, then they need to be replaced by somebody who's more appropriate, a person of color, a person of different sexual identity orientation. So it's only certain characters that are replaced. Certain other characters are not replaced.
Well,
You're only allowed to replace certain ones.
Alex Ross did a Fantastic Four book where he made Reed Richards and Sue Storm look exactly the way you would imagine if Jack Kirby could have brought them to life. And he just made them look like the cast from Land of the Giants. And he just used he probably freeze framed
Yeah, they look great.
episodes of Land of the Giants on his big screen TV and painted from that. And
Yeah, what was that guy's name? Not Gary Collins. It was something else.
Jerry
Gary
Conway, it was Teenage
Conway.
Frankenstein.
Yes,
Looks
Gary Conway.
he's perfectly heroic, and you can't tell me there's nobody in Hollywood or somewhere in the United States that has that look. And Sue Storm, and this guy playing Johnny Storm, I don't
He
really
looks
get the.
awful. He looks terrible, this new guy.
Yeah, I it should look like a guy that could build a hot rod.
And also a guy that can get a girl like Fonzie. That's
Uh,
the guy looks like a doofus. He's supposed to,
yeah.
yeah, it's Johnny
Well,
Storm.
Johnny Storm should be like an older version of Johnny Quest, or he should or like man like
Supposed to be super charismatic. He's supposed to be loud. He's supposed to. There's all these things about Johnny Storm
like
that
Ed Cookie Burns, just he's a hot rod guy.
yes, he's
So
a
when
hot.
John Byrne takes over Fantastic Four and gives them a what do you call a fishbowl haircut?
At
There's
the
no
end.
guy that builds a
At
hot
the end.
rod that has that hairstyle in the history of mankind.
At the very end, he did that. So there were years of outstanding John Byrne
There,
work on
there
Fantastic.
was, but after
Mushroom haircut didn't show up until about 1992.
I know, he was doing good work, but he never he did good work. It was great, but he didn't really ever add anything to it that wasn't there
It
with
was like an
Kirby.
homage. He was
Yeah,
kind of doing an homage to Lee and Kirby is what he
he
was.
did an homage to Kirby and then insulted Kirby, and Kirby hated his guts.
Oh, I don't know that story.
Well, Kirby, uh, Kirby was trying to get his artwork back and was upset and
Okay.
all
And
this.
Byrne was
And
a
John
company
Burns
man.
said, "I'm a company man.
Yeah, he was a
He
company
he
man.
should have expected that all his characters were going to be
Yeah.
owned by the company." I realized that he wasn't helping. He should have shut up. There was no reason for him to say that. There was no purpose. It served no purpose. It would have been better if he just not said anything, because you're playing in a sandbox. Everything, all the toys in your sandbox were created by Kirby, and you're not creating anything new except I think some girl Silver Surfer Herald type character for
Nova. Yeah,
Galactus
no.
is the only thing he created as far as I remember. Everything else, you're just playing with these cool toys that we're giving you. Don't insult the guy that created them, man. And there was no love lost. Kirby hated him because of that, and I wish that hadn't happened. But maybe he didn't realize that what he was saying was going to wind up in the Comics Journal. Maybe he didn't realize it. I don't have any problem with John Byrne. I just think he needs a writer. Same thing with Kirby. They both need help to get their ideas. Uh, they if they're going to write their own material, it's not going to turn out well. They have ideas, but they need other people to put the words in properly.
So remember how like the Kirby stuff that he did, like in the 70s, the early 70s, both for DC and Marvel. we talk about how it wasn't that good and it's poorly written and stuff. But don't you think it's interesting that the one book that he did do that is really well written, in my opinion, that's good, is The Demon, and he was possessed by a demon, right?
Well, yeah, he said he was possessed by several demons.
Yeah, and so isn't that interesting? Because that one's well written. I can read an entire issue without my mind wandering or getting bored or laughing at a stupid characterization or name or something or title.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well,
That The
if
Demon is actually good. Yeah,
if the
interesting.
Nephilim are actually, you know, demons having children with human women, and if all of these superheroes and all these characters and villains are based on Nephilim, maybe some demons got into him and helped him think of all this stuff. I don't know. That's what the theory, the guy that on YouTube that was talking about that. But
I think that Kirby even implied it himself in that interview
you
with his son when he was when he was talking about it. He
know, yeah,
was saying, I think, that the demon is part of the art, right? Didn't he say that?
that's what. Yeah, in fact, that's. Oh, there's. Look at this, man. A new facsimile. That looks great. Oh man, that's great.
Mm. Awesome.
Definitely order some of that, Kevin. Um, except he doesn't sell it to anyone but us. No one in his store, he was telling me on the phone, care about these facsimiles. It's just us. He sells it all through the mail to us, but the people that walk in aren't that enthused by the old DC stuff. Um, yeah, well, Jim Morrison had a similar story, that he was driving along in a station wagon. His dad was what, an admiral in the Navy? Is that correct?
I don't know. I thought his dad was in intelligence or something. I thought his dad was
Could have
somehow related to
could have been.
military intelligence.
But he said that they were driving along. And I think they have this in the Doors movie, although they make it kind of not that bloody. But I think the way it really was is there'd been a wreck, and some Native Americans were all bloody and dead along the highway, and he said that he was driving by. They were driving by. He saw this, and it was so horrifying. He'd never seen death before, and he said that some of the Indians were that had died were like freaking out and went into his body, and he says, and they're still there. And then he had this whole thing where he was the shaman, and he would dance around on the stage like an Indian shaman, and it was like,
The Lizard King. He was the
yeah.
Lizard King.
So now there's other interesting conspiracy. There's some people that think that some of this, the rock and roll that the baby boomers were exposed to, was government experiments.
Yeah. What year did they change the megahertz or something? Didn't they
Yeah, that's
change?
right. I don't know, but the fact that some people might say, well, Jim Morrison's dad was sure high up there, and maybe they did some experiments on his son to try to program all the youth out there. And then you look at some of these. You look at Henry Rollins. You look at that guy, man. That guy looks. He looks like a Fed man, and and I think his dad's high up and stuff, and these guys that look like jarheads, oh, I'm a punk rocker. Some of them, uh, I don't know, man. I didn't ever really like Henry Rollins.
Did you see that Dark Red Dracula sold a Cramps album to Henry Rollins?
A Cramps album to him?
Yeah, just recently.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he made a post on Instagram talking about it.
I saw a
Okay.
video a couple years ago of some kids that claimed to be Henry Rollins' neighbor, and I'm pretty sure this is legit. Anyway, they
Yeah.
were clowning him. So what you were talking about Henry Rollins and everything is all in the past. He's a 60-year-old man, Ken. So even if he's still jacked and he's still goofy and everything, he's now goofy to 20-year-old kids that live next door. They don't even know who he is. You understand, and they don't care who he is. They're not afraid of him. They don't care. He's just a goofball next door neighbor that they've been making fun of. I'm not kidding. You can probably look it up on YouTube. Like, there's probably videos of these kids making fun of Henry Rollins. He's like Mr. Wilson to their Dennis the Menace, essentially.
Meyer, you still there?
I'm in the bathroom. Can you hear me? I'll be back.
I was going to show you this great Garloo comic.
All right, I'm back. You still there?
Yeah. Turned off. What the hell happened?
I think I remember Jack show's on tonight. Dude, Cecil's been killing it. His show is so good. The Cope Files. It's like maybe one of my favorite YouTube shows right now, if not my favorite one. It's so good.
And it's almost like every day now, huh?
Yeah, it seems like it's every day, and he's doing good. It's funny stuff.
He's gaining a lot of subscribers, it looks like.
I think he is. I think he's getting a lot of subscribers and viewers and making a little money on he's making some sales. But I think he was saying today that he's not able to monetize his content because it's too controversial. That's a cool cover, kind of, isn't it?
Yeah, this is my favorite one, besides the blank one. The other ones aren't as good, I'll show you. It's so weird that they have this Garloo character with these other characters, like with biker mice from Mars.
It is weird. If I was going to do, which I might do, a cover for that blank Garloo, I'm going to do something completely different.
It's cool that they have him.
Yeah. What I'm going to do is it's going to have the original toys. They're going to look like the original toys, and it might even be Christmas morning 1950s. It's going to be marked somewhere. Yeah, there you go. On the cover, it's going to say Marx Toys, too. Because, I mean, it's named Garloo after Louis Marx. The Lou in Garloo is Louis Marx.
Look at the 1 in 20 is bad. It's terrible.
My back.
Oh,
Oh, that looks more interesting.
Hey, what's up?
I'm
oh,
gonna.
this is bad.
We're
I don't
looking at
like this
these
cover.
covers.
Okay, so what did I miss? I heard there's a great Garloo comic coming. Is it going to be good? You think?
No.
No, but the blank will
Yeah.
be cool to have someone draw on it.
Yeah, there's a blank. And
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, the blank's good.
why are they making this comic?
the blank's good.
Yeah, if the entire comic is blank and you could draw your own, that'll be good.
Yes.
This one's pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Man, shouldn't this have existed back in 1963? Though, aren't they a few decades late?
Yeah, it shouldn't. It's weird the characters that they have together. We're just talking about it. They have the '90s biker mice from Mars. They have what are these insect guys called? Secateurs or
Sectors.
something. Yeah,
They were cool toys.
that was in the '80s. Oh,
Who's
yeah.
that? Captain Planet or Captain Universe or something? What's his name?
Power Lord, I think.
Power Lord. That's it.
Oh, look
Is
at
that the
the
Cowboys of Moo Mesa?
yeah.
Why are these characters mixed in with the 1960s character?
They got some weird IPs for cheap, and they're mixing them all together.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't even see Garloo down here.
So
What's this
all they got
company?
from Marks are Garloo and what's this other guy's name, Ken, that you have?
Big Lou.
Big
Yeah.
Lou. So all they got were the 2 Lewis Marks properties. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Well, those are the two to get. It's just a matter of if they're not going to have any creativity in doing the comic. But I don't know. I haven't seen the interior of the comic. Are we going by who has created the?
I've seen a preview. So I saw the preview and I read the interior of the preview and it wasn't good. It wasn't great.
Okay, well I believe you. Yeah. What one thing that looks terrible uh, is what was it called? It was something. Oh man,
The name
it
is
was.
also weird. It's called the Nacelverse or something, Kevin?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how the guy got a start? He was the guy that the toys that made us.
Yeah, that was a good
Remember
show. I
that?
like. Yeah,
I think maybe about 10 years old now.
yeah, I watched it. It's him.
It's one of those guys.
I
Okay.
just remembered its Captain Action looks terrible. I think
He
it
went to
comes
my
out next year.
store. He went to my store before,
Oh, cool.
and I talked to him, and he told me that he was going to be doing some figures, and then
They should have filmed at your store. They could have come and filmed at your store. One of those shows could come and film at your store.
Do you know anybody's store that that couple went to that traveled across the country going to comic stores? They were called comic trips.
I remember
I
them.
never saw him. The only
Neither did
famous
I.
person, YouTuber I've ever seen at my store was Gem Mint.
Oh, really? He
Who's in
came to
your
your store?
store?
Uh-huh.
That's Grottu's favorite guy right there. Grottu's a big fan. That's his man. That's his guy. Gem Mint is his guy, right?
Yeah.
What is it I used to call him?
I don't remember what it
Statue
was.
Bob.
Statue Bob.
Statue
I
Bob.
couldn't remember his name. Couldn't remember his
That's
name.
good, bro. Oh, that's funny. That's good. I like
Yeah.
Statue Bob.
Yeah, I guess he's still on. He was kind of having an existential crisis for a while. He was changing his format to doing a like a Regis and Kathy Lee show every morning with his
Yeah.
wife.
How many
I'd
statues
like
can
to
you
see
unbox before?
Remember how they used to do that creator clash where the YouTube creators all have to box each other? I'd like to see Gem Mint fight Adam the Woo, just because I want to see them both like get beat up and tired, and I want to see Adam the Woo and Gem Mint
I haven't
against
seen
each other.
Adam the Woo in years. My wife couldn't stand him, but
Isn't he Carpetbagger's friend?
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
Carpetbagger's friend. Now she liked the Carpetbagger because for a while there, I don't know if it's the pandemic or before the pandemic, I got really into Carpetbagger and Adam the Woo. I was watching them all the time, just I found it interesting seeing
You
what
used to
was
watch
out
them
there.
every week. Yeah.
And she did not like Adam the Woo, but liked Carpetbagger. I remember Carpetbagger got in a little bit of trouble by talking about politics a little bit, and then he had to apologize.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, he said something that kind of made it seem like,
That he
yeah,
might be conservative.
no, these the other way, It's, and then
Oh,
he was
that
like,
doesn't surprise me. I
I
always thought he
better
was.
zip it.
Yeah, I always thought he was. That's not a surprise. He's a social worker. Before he became a YouTuber, he was a social worker. There's not a lot of conservative social workers, trust me.
Yeah, but I
But
like the
he's
guy.
into roadside attractions and taxidermy and that kind of stuff, preserving the past. He's into that, so he's pretty conservative.
Yeah,
In that
that's how
way,
I
he
always
is. Yeah,
determine the meaning conservative. But
that's true. You're absolutely right.
yeah,
I
but
really like those Moldorama figures that he collects. I don't have any of those.
yeah,
Do you have any of those Moldorama figures?
No,
no, not that I'm aware of.
I've never
Is
seen
that
those
what
at
they're
it.
called? Are they called Moldorama? Is that what the machine is called? It's a machine that molds
Yeah,
Think so. Something a Rama. Everything was a Rama in the 50s. Uh,
yeah, Bowlerama when you went bowling,
yeah, yeah.
Skaterama.
Cinerama. Man alive. Yeah, I wasn't charging my phone and it died and I had to recharge it back on my own show. Will,
I think there's supposed to be a nationwide protest on Saturday, I think.
wasn't there supposed to be one last Saturday with all the Tesla
I think it's going to
dealerships?
be every Saturday from ad infinitum from here on.
Oh, okay. Until George Soros runs out of money. I'm
Yeah.
just waking up again, says Library 8. Oh, did we put you to sleep, or are you living in? I forget. Does he live in Canada? I can't remember where he lives. Or maybe he's in Australia. The unexpected surreal nap took me deep, deep under in the land down
You guys
under.
talking about Superman 233 facsimile?
The Neil Adams Kryptonite No More cover. Is that what you're talking about?
Is that coming
Yeah,
out?
that comes out. There's a blank for it too.
Ooh. Oh, cool.
Yeah. Are you going to get that? Is it
I
coming
got
out
two.
Wednesday?
I have two blanks. I have one superpowers and one or no, three Neil Adams regular ones.
Yeah. Could you? I have that book, but it's a little brittle. Could you save me one of those?
Oh, there's also Superman Day stuff coming out because Superman Day is coming up.
Is that the day the movie comes out?
I'm not sure. Did you know James Gunn, how he got his start, was in Trauma
Yes.
25 years ago?
Hmm.
I didn't know
Yeah. He made
Cool.
Romeo and Juliet, which I've never seen.
Yeah.
Uh, he made a really good superhero movie called Super. Have you ever heard of that?
that.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
It's good. I
Well,
liked it. The one with Anthony Hopkins, right?
this guy, just I forget. He's just always having shit happen to him, and he decides to become a superhero. He kind of loses his mind, and he goes into a comic store, and I guess you're supposed to call her Elliot Page now. Well, Elliot Page. He was a girl then that I used to think was kind of attractive, but she's like all into him becoming a superhero. She's crazy too, and she wants to be like his Robin. But he becomes the superhero that just has a wrench and he hits people on the head with a wrench, as I recall. And it's a wonderful movie. I loved it. Uh, and that I saw that before Guardians of the Galaxy. I've always liked the guy, and then he made some anti-Trump statements. So the Trump people went through his Twitter going back years and found that for a time period, all he did were tweets that weren't funny, but supposedly were supposed to be funny, where he was talking about the really bad subject, like Epstein, kind of John Podesta stuff, and that's all he talked about. And they weren't even funny. In fact, they were horrifying because that's all he. And you think, well, he was just making fun of the fact that other people in Hollywood were into that. Well, anyway, so they put all that out and say this guy, he look what he used to post, and then Disney fired him, and then they realized. Well, I think that was right after the second Guardians movie, and then they realized, oh, we can't do another Guardians movie without him. No one, all these people don't understand comics like him because he really knows comics, and so they hired him back after enough time had passed. I think, yeah. So, you know, he's good. I like the real Suicide Squad movie, the second one. I like Peacemaker, but the guy does, and I've seen interviews with him where he used to go on Facebook Live and people would ask him questions, and he just seemed like a nice guy. He knew a lot about comics. His favorite comic as a little kid was Disney's Scamp. I thought, well, that's cool. That's not an answer that people normally give. And his girlfriend seems really nice. He puts her in everything. And he just seemed like a nice guy. But then, there's little creepy things that you think, well, and he apologized for his old. He said, "I was just trying to be punk rock and be shocking with those old tweets." Okay, yeah, but they sure weren't funny. But he sure does like to have close-ups of John Cena's ass and private parts. Just about every one of his movies is a close-up of some guy's butt. You get to see Vigilante peeing with his pants dropped because he has to drop his pants all the way down to pee. Why am I seeing this, man? I didn't sign up to see this in a
Because, yeah,
Peacemaker TV show.
it's
It's
not
just
good.
like, what? There's something going on. It's just
Yeah,
something,
there's something
something
going wrong.
alarming going on there. But I still love his movies. I'm still looking forward to Superman. I just hope Superman doesn't drop his trousers and give you a close up for a little bit, just because like Quentin Tarantino has to show female feet. Seems like James Gunn wants to show guys' butts, but yeah, I'd rather stick with Quentin Tarantino on that one. But I don't know. Let's see how it all works out. But
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe he'll
Guardians of
make.
the Galaxy movies were all good. I think he did. That was real bad what he did with Warlock. I don't. That was a bad, but there was
Yeah,
enough
maybe he
good.
didn't read Warlock, right? Is that what happened? Did he not read Warlock? Because
Well,
I
why did he
don't
put
remember
Warlock
Warlock
in the
being
movie?
a mongoloid. That kid looked like a mongoloid that played Warlock. It was ridiculous.
I know, but
Warlock should look like Richard Chamberlain with a gold skin, is what Warlock is supposed to
he
look like,
set
right?
it all up at the end of the second Guardians movie that the Warlock was going to be a big thing, and then it was
Yeah,
like,
they showed
man,
the cocoon. They
and then it
showed the
was,
cocoon, and me and my kids were like, "Oh my gosh, they're going to show Warlock." We did, seriously. I raised my kids right. We saw
yeah.
that.
Then
My kids
and
know.
then he got fired, and then he came back, and Warlock is nothing. And any normal person watching that movie like was thinking, why was that character in the movie? Because he did nothing for the plot. It made no sense. But then the story about Rocket Raccoon and how his origin story made up for that. He always redeems himself. James Gunn, I always almost call him John Goris because it's JG and I'm senile. I hope I didn't just say John Goris, but James Gunn is uh, is good. He understands comics. In fact, oftentimes he takes, not oftentimes, almost always, he takes characters from comics and makes them better. And you could argue that, but I think that I think he does. I mean, I think comics that no one cares about, he makes them wonderful. No one cared about the Guardians of the Galaxy comic book. Uh, the characters didn't have that much depth in the comic. I don't think they did, but I didn't read a lot of that, and neither did anyone else. Uh, I understand in the Guardians of the Galaxy recent books that the spaceship of Star Lord can take human form like it's alive. I thought that's interesting. If your spaceship can turn into a person, I don't know if that's true, but that's interesting. Imagine if the Enterprise turns into a person and can walk along with Kirk on the planet. That's an interesting idea. But I think all the characters, I don't know. I mean, he was a completely different character in the comic, the Drax character. But I enjoyed how he was. I liked how they were in the movie, and I don't know. The
Yeah, I liked Moondragon or Mantis. I mean,
Yeah,
I said Moondragon. I thought Mantis was really good. I really liked Nebula. They were really
yeah.
they did. Yeah, it was good stuff.
Everybody was good. I mean, Star Lord. I mean, what is he in the comic? I don't really know remember any real personality depth. But then I have maybe haven't read enough. But in the
So
in
I
the
read.
movie, he's
I,
this kind of dopey idiot, but he's likable.
so I don't remember those comics. Like Star Lord was separate, and then that character in the Galaxy Guardians of the Galaxy comics I read, it was Vance Astro. So Vance Astro is a whole different character, right? He was like that character, but Star Lord is another character altogether, and they replaced Vance Astro with Star Lord, basically, right? Is that what happened?
I think
Did you guys
I
watch?
remember the original Guardians of the Galaxy from the '60s and '70s growing up. And
Yeah,
the newer one, I don't know much about it. It always looked cool on the newsstand, but
I never read
there was
any of
one
them.
that had an EC looking cover. But it wasn't until the movie came out that I never really I thought, man, this is really interesting the way he did this. But the character of Vigilante and those direct sales comics, I turning him into a complete lunatic. I thought that was interesting. Did you see the TV series?
No,
Oh, it's worth watching. I don't
no,
know
I read.
why he's so fascinated with the Amanda Waller character, giving her own series. I don't find her that interesting.
I haven't seen any of that.
Did you watch the Guardians Christmas special? That was pretty good.
I like that too. Yeah, the guy is almost. That's why I don't have a real problem with him doing Superman. Seems like a lot of the people on Facebook that don't like Superman, that they want it to be the Zack Snyder version. They're upset that he's wearing red underwear because they've never read a comic book. They think that looks weird that he has red underwear, but it doesn't look weird to me. It looks weird for him to not have it.
Maybe he. So what I would like to see is so maybe if this Superman works out, maybe he could be the right person for Legion of Superheroes, which is what we really want to see. I don't want to see more Superman. I want to see Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes is what I want to see. An
Yeah,
outer space story with those characters. That's what I want to see. And those
well,
costumes. No messed up new costumes. Make them look like they
right.
looked in 1970 or 1968.
Well, okay. I definitely would like to see that. I don't think we ever will because of the legalities, but um, I uh, I don't know. I think there's still room to tell a good Superman story, and with Rachel, what is her name? I forget her. Man, these names are hard to
Dolezal,
say.
Rachel Dolezal. She's the
Miss
lady from
Maisel, Miss Maisel,
No, I
Rachel.
was thinking. I thought of Rachel Dolezal. It's the first
It's
Rachel I can think of.
Rachel.
She was the lady that was the
Right,
white lady that was the in charge of the NAACP in Idaho or something, and she painted her skin black and pretended to
well,
be black.
it used to be. that when you went to Hollywood, you became Cary Grant. They gave you a name that people could pronounce. Now you keep your name, and people have to figure out how to pronounce some insane, like Wonder Woman. It's like, what is her name? You
Gal
have
Gadot.
Gal Gadot. And you just
Yeah.
figure it's Godot because, Bridget
Everybody says
Bardot.
Godot. Everybody that I hear says Godot. I
Well,
don't hear
it's
anybody
it's supposed
pronounce
to
it.
be Gadot. It's some
I don't hear anybody.
strange Israeli name. It's Gadot.
How
And
about
they
how
just,
John Cougar changed his name to John Cougar Mellencamp when he was perfectly fine with John Cougar, but then he had to complicate it and pretend like he's proud of his name all of a sudden. Like it was just goofy.
um, yeah,
The beginning of the end. That was the beginning of the end with the name
yeah.
thing.
There's an old friend of mine. I don't want to say his name. He's a good friend, but he said one night we were drinking beer. He says, it's hard to believe that Elton John and Olivia Newton-John are brother and sister. And I
That's so good. That
said, yeah, I know. It
I'm
is
gonna
hard
piss
to
myself.
believe.
I'm gonna piss myself. That's really a funny one right there. That's nice.
Because they both had accents. He just figured they
They look
must be
nothing alike,
related.
but they're both really talented musically, so I can see how they are brother and sister, but
Yeah, but
separated by age. There's a lot of age difference between the two of them.
except they also have, Newton dash John is different from John. But I didn't want to even get into it. It's something he clearly had believed since 1974. There's no point in arguing with him. It's just said, yeah, some
I've
point in your
never
life you
heard
realize there's no point in arguing.
I've never heard that. So that's really funny. That I've never heard that assumption that they
But
were related.
But if I ever had trouble with my car or my air conditioner unit wasn't working, he'd have it fixed immediately. He was brilliant, So you believe that? That's fine, man. You believe that you could get this jukebox working anytime, man. He's brilliant. I guess I've given away who it is, but anyway, hopefully he's not watching. Uh, I need to call him. I haven't talked with him in a few months. Blah. Yeah, what the fuck? What were we talking about? We were talking. How did I get to that? We were talking about names. Okay, his name is Rachel Brosnahan, and then Superman is David Corin Sweat or something like that. Instead of Christopher Reeve, it's like a George Reeves. It's David Boren Sweat.
All about subverting expectations. They're trying to.
It's just come on, come up with a Hollywood name. We
They're
don't we
just
don't
trying to
need.
make things difficult for you because you're cisgendered. So they want you to feel uncomfortable having to pronounce these names.
Well, I think that they would make a great. I think that her being Lois Lane, that you could do some great stuff with that because they're both good. Now him as Clark Kent, they've got his hair all bushed up like I guess they do. People that are 20 years old do now, like it's a hipster thing to have your hair all bushed up. I don't know.
Does he have a Nehru collar? Because it looked like he had a Nehru collar, right? Is that what they
It,
call
it
that?
does look, yeah, it does. That's something I don't like. Some things they might be doing just to make it look a little different so they could sell an action figure or so they can
Yeah.
uh, make it a little different. I like that they brought the red shorts back, but why not? And then they put lines on the suit, Christopher Reeve looked pretty much exact, like Superman had looked for generations. That should be what you go for. But the reason we won't, why I don't want to lecture is, do you know why Superboy will never be seen again?
No, no, what?
Okay, Siegel and Schuster that created Superman, a few years later, I guess in the late 40s, created Superboy. It's supposed to be him as a boy. Well, DC owns Superman, but somehow the way the contracts are written, they never got full custody of Superboy. So that's why Superboy has disappeared from comics, or the current Superboy is different. they had to change it because Superboy went back to the Siegel and Schuster estates. Now, and I don't know what they could do with it. They, but they own that now. So they turned Superboy into some guy with a black T-shirt, and he's a clone that's a mixture of Lex Luthor and Clark Kent. It's like he's a clone that has two daddies. Something that you're only a very degenerate person would think of. But I
So
think
he's
that's
no
the
longer Superman as a boy in the
yeah.
past or the
So all
future.
that stuff where Superboy went back in time, went forward in time to hang out with other kids like him in the 30th century, whatever, that doesn't exist in the comics now. I think what they've done is they put Supergirl in that position as the character that goes into the future and hangs out with the Legion. If I'm wrong in the chat, someone can correct me or whatever, or
If
correct
that
me
was
later.
done well, I'd be fine with that. I'm fine with
Supergirl,
Supergirl.
yeah, this
I'd be okay with
Supergirl that
that.
they've got is looks a little weird. Maybe you can get used to it, but she looks the Supergirl. They're already filming the Supergirl movie. She looks a little strange, but maybe it's just something you can get used to. Uh,
Did you
but
ever watch them? Go ahead. Go ahead.
the other thing is, oh, they made a. Darn it! I'll get you some more grub. There was a Legion of Superheroes cartoon. I don't know, about 15, 20 years ago.
I
What they
remember.
did with that is they called it was Superman. He was a teenager, but they called him Superman. So as a teenager, he was already called Superman,
I
and that
didn't
way,
notice that. I remember the
yeah,
cartoon, and they even did a comic book version
yeah,
adaptation of the cartoon.
it was just pretty much like the way the comics were written in the '60s. It just he was called Superman, and that's all
It's
because
all
of that
because they
one.
don't want to pay the Schuster family or the Spiegel family or Siegel
Well,
family. Is that what it is?
I don't know what I don't know exactly the legalities of it. It seems like if what's the point of owning a character and you can't do anything with it? It seems like they should do that, but maybe it's just not worth it because they don't really use that Superboy stuff anymore, which is a shame because that was great. Um, I don't know if they'll ever. I don't know about Super Baby. I don't know if they even think about bringing that back, but. Um, I had no library. I had no idea guns started at trauma. That extra Superman footage they released today looked great. Oh, there's extra Superman footage now. Let me look for this. Yeah, I don't know anything about extra footage. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll show people will create new footage with AI and insert it into the trailer that already exists and try to make you think that it's a new trailer and it really isn't. Um, It's weird that they have a character in DC Comics now called Ultraman. That's not something I remember, but apparently he's a character in this. It just seems like they would have been creative enough to not use a Japanese character that's been around for 60 years, but it's well known in the United States, the same name. But I think he's some kind of clone of Superman. I don't know. Like
I don't know.
apparently these other characters that are part of the Justice League International or whatever. Apparently, they're only in the movie a short time, supposedly, because people are wondering if putting all these heroes into one movie isn't it going to take away from focusing on Superman? And I don't know why you would put a whole plot line about Jimmy Olsen trying to stay away from some woman with giant cleavage. It doesn't make sense. That's unless you're just trying to push some agenda. And that may not even be true, but okay. So where do you get this Superman footage? Where did you see it? Library 88. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, says Superman sneak peek 6 hours ago. This looks like it could be legitimate. I'm not going to point my camera at it because it's Warner Brothers, and they'll get you. If you point the camera at Snagglepuss, they'll sure get upset if you point because they own Hanna Barbera,
Your copyright infringement.
huh?
I said copyright infringement. Exit
Right,
station.
right. I thought you meant I'd already gotten it just from the sound of Superman
Just
breathing
saying.
here.
I'll just
Okay,
do a
this is
snaggle.
the same footage of him landing and on the ground, bleeding, breathing, which is kind of disturbing because he really is
With the
breathing.
dog
He
running it.
really is. He's whistling for the dog. Yeah, he really is breathing the way someone severely injured breathes. It's kind of not good. That's I
That
guess.
must be who was that? The guy's name, the big gray guy that broke his back or something, killed him, death blow or something like that.
I think it's. Oh, they're showing different
Apocalypse.
footage of Crypto. Oh, they're showing Crypto jumping on him. Did this? Oh, okay. This is this. I don't know if this is real or if this is AI.
Oh, okay.
Let me
Might
see.
not
Hold
be.
on. No, it says it's from DC. It's okay. Crypto's playing with him, trying to get him to. Yeah, Crypto is like jumping on him and hurting him, but trying to get him to play. Because I have heard Crypto's played like kind of for comedic effect. Okay.
Crypto's just I've never even known one person that had a dog named Crypto. Um, I would name my dog that if it was appropriate,
Yeah.
if he was a Crypto, but I think it's a good name, I guess, just
Okay.
because of
So now
Crypto.
they. Okay. So it's all It's an expansion of the scene with Crypto.
Okay.
Okay, and okay, and then it shows the Fortress of Solitude coming out of and it's the Richard Donner Fortress of Solitude. Okay, I mean it's the crystal thing which never existed until 1978. Okay, so he barks and a big Superman symbol appears. The door opens. Uh, they don't have a giant key.
Just as we were talking about Crypto, there's a tribute to a
Oh,
guy named Young Crip that passed away last year. I think maybe this is a 1 year tribute for Young Crip. He was
oh, this is
a
actually.
comedian, a stand-up comedian who can't stand up, or he couldn't stand up because he had cerebral palsy.
This is actually pretty cool what he's doing. He's going after All-Star Superman. All these Superman robots run out to help carry Superman, and they'll have numbers on them, and they'll have they're like 1960s style robots. Um, oh yeah, this is right out of the Silver Age. Yeah, people are either gonna love this or hate it. If you
It looks
you know
real. It doesn't look like it's fake. It
This
looks
is
like it's
not
real.
AI. This is real.
Hmm.
This
It
is real.
looks good. Huh?
Yeah, Vibrate 88's was smart enough to know.
All right,
Yeah,
good.
they're focusing yellow sunlight on him to heal him. Yeah, you got to put this on. I can't show it because now they're showing just sordid. Yeah, man. Okay, what they're doing is they're letting the public know the tone of this movie because if they wait till July and then people see this, they're gonna go, "What the fuck?" Because it's this that damn man. That is pretty cool. Yeah, you don't expect to see Crypto drag him to the Fortress of Solitude and a bunch of robots with capes come out
That
and
sounds
uh
good.
and heal him. Yeah, that's insanity, and it's great. Yeah, I wonder if I had pointed the camera at the screen with Lex Luthor holding a gun, if that would have gotten me kicked off because Lex Luthor is handling a firearm on a live stream. I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
It
Yeah,
might.
yeah, you got to tune this in. Let's see how many views it's had. Uh, 3 million views. Shit, man.
Oh man.
Superman trailer extended footage. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I had heard that Crypto was going to be played kind of like just kind of a yeah, like a dog that's just nuts, and that is true. But yeah, all right. Well, I like that, man. I'm I'd be interested to read the reviews and what the talking heads on YouTube are going to say about that extra footage. Now the extra Fantastic Four footage. That let's see if that's a thing too. Apparently there's some convention going on. Kevin was saying, and it must be if they showed extra Superman footage, he's probably right. They probably have some Fantastic Four footage up too. Um, yeah. Um, this is 13 hours ago. Uh,
That's when we should die soon.
uh,
From falling into its hands.
um, this is what you were describing, Meyer. The feet of the
Yeah, you can see like the feet of the Silver Surfer from behind for a second or something.
yeah, but the new footage put in looks a little bad. Um, the feet look really badly animated. The footage of Reed stretching, because you never saw him stretch in the first trailer.
Yeah, I really don't like that
Uh,
actor playing Reed Richards. It's just bad.
I don't really know him from anything. At least I don't know what he's been in before. It looks like the footage that I'm seeing that I haven't seen before looks kind of AI, bad AI. I think this is fake. It's from, I don't know about that. Okay, CinemaCon new leak. This might be,
I think that's the one that Kevin was talking about. That's the one.
yeah, okay, let's see. Okay,
So the Fantastic Four First Steps CinemaCon footage finally gave us a proper look at how this team fits into the MCU, and it's got some major reveals. And while we don't have footage yet,
oh, we don't have footage yet. Okay, that wasn't real what you saw. Okay, so there's just a guy talking about it. Yeah. Oh well. We'll have to see. Yeah, Crypto thinks that Superman wants to be played with and it's just hurting him. Yeah, this would be a good movie. If the local theater would actually play something good, man, they've had Snow White for 2 weeks. Now they're gonna have Minecraft for 2 weeks. They're just getting the worst shit. I don't know. Maybe Minecraft is good. I don't know, but Disney must have forced them to keep that movie for 2 weeks. The Superman suit when he's being dragged along uh, looks pretty good, but yeah, I don't know, man. Who gives a shit? What are these people saying? Library 88's talking. It's a clip of Crypto pulling Superman home, but not without playfully accidentally hurting Superman first. Quite funny. Will be very realistic to dog owners. Yeah, trust me, it just happened to me. Great shot of the robots figures holding and carrying Superman. Such a classic image from the comics covers over the years. Yeah, James Gunn understands comics. He's not someone that's never read a comic book like most of these people that make these movies. Um, you can tell when movies are made by people that know comics instantly, and um, because there are scenes that'll hit you so hard that it'll bring tears to your eyes. And I can only think of a few times that's happened. You know, that happened in the Richard Donner Superman. It's happened in, some of the early Spider-Man movies, the end of the first Spider-Man movie where he's walking away from her in the cemetery. Spider-Man 2 was filled with moments like that. Uh, what other movies have had that? Uh, what's his face that made the first couple X-Men movies and Days of Future Past? He could get that scene where Quicksilver has fun running around the room and stopping the bullets before they hit his friends in Washington D.C. That with the Jim Croce Time in a Bottle playing that scene is one of the best ever in Hollywood depictions of how much fun it is to be a superhero. It's not some guy being tormented like Superman looking down on humanity. Why do I have to keep helping these poor bastards? Like Zack Snyder. It's a guy having fun because it's fun to do it. Uh, what other movies have gotten it? That first Iron Man movie got it. I mean, you say, oh man, they've got the gray suit from the early issues. They actually did it. It's like when people actually have the courage to do it, to have Superman robots come out and help him. That's cool. Let's see. Uh, the Superman footage looks fully formed and tight, like the world is real, like with Guardians 2. Glad to see. And Superman's suit didn't look all. People are complaining that in the footage of Superman on the set, you can see the suit's kind of has folds and doesn't fit quite right. I think they fixed that with post production. Yeah, yep. That Quicksilver scene was instant classic and beautifully done. First Iron Man was incredible. Yeah, a lot of those early Marvel movies were. Just a damn shame how they all turned out, man. But everything wonderful. What is it? The law of entropy just seems to turn into shit. You
Are they
like?
gonna do? Are they gonna do the Great American Hero or the Greatest American Hero? Are they gonna do it the right way with a black woman, with a strong black woman, with a strong black woman's voice that we need to listen and let her speak? And she's going to be a school teacher, and she's going to be the greatest American hero. Look at what's happening to me. I can't believe it myself. N word.
If they
Suddenly I'm
just
up on top of the world. That
well,
would be good.
that series. I watched that series. He
This
could
one didn't.
eventually have gotten better. I wish he could have evolved.
Yeah, it was
Instead,
just a bit. It was a fun
but
show when
it was a
what was
fun
it,
show.
ninth
Yeah.
grade,
I
eighth
hated
grade?
his
It was
hairstyle.
good. I
What
liked
was
it.
that hairstyle in the 70s? He had it, and Marjo Gortner had it. I hate that. Was the worst. That was worse than the feathered hair. That that hairstyle that William Cat and
Yeah, what
Marjo
was the
Gortner.
permanent?
It was yeah, the permanent. Yeah. There's some soccer
And
player that used to.
Greg and Mr. Brady, the Brady's got it for a while. Like Mr. Brady and Greg Brady had him too. The
Isn't there
big
some
curly
football
hair
guy
guys.
for the Kansas City Chiefs that has a hairstyle like that? I think so. Horrible.
Yeah, like a poodle. It's like a poodle. It looks like a poodle.
Library 8. Oh man, Greatest American Hero and Condor Man made my childhood. I don't think I
Yeah,
saw Condor Man.
I like both of
Was
them.
that the
I
one with
watched
Alan?
both of them. Really
Not
good.
Alan Alda.
It was a Disney movie.
What was the one with not Alan Alda, but the guy that was in Catch 22? What was his
Great.
name?
So that's 1978.
What was his name?
Alan Arkin.
Alan
Alan
Arkin.
Arkin?
Was he Condor Man? What did he play? He played
No.
some
Condor
superhero.
Man was this young guy, Michael something. I can't remember.
I swear Alan Arkin was in some superhero comedy, but I don't remember what it was. Anyway, I didn't see Condor Man. I
Oh,
was
I
5 years
might have been
old
the
and 6.
scientist. Might have been the scientist in Condor Man. I thought you were asking if Alan Arkin was Condor Man.
I don't remember. Was he in that movie? Then that must have been. I must have seen that movie.
I can't remember. He might have been. He might have been like a scientist or government guy. I can't remember.
I'm trying to
I haven't
figure
seen
out
it since
Library 88's
1978.
age from this. Greatest American Hero. Was that about 1980?
Yeah, probably. Maybe
I
earlier.
was
Maybe more like 78. Maybe I think it was more like a little earlier than that.
78 would have been Spider-Man and Hulk time. Greatest American Hero
Yeah, but
came.
I wasn't
I think
watching
that
TV.
I think Greatest American Hero was post Battlestar
Really?
Galactica because didn't it have some really good like UFO special effects? I think that was from around the time of Project UFO when the special effects were a little more. Oh shit! I'm showing the Superman footage over my shoulder.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I didn't mean to do that, Warner
I was thinking
Brothers.
it was earlier.
Didn't mean to do that. Oh God, man. I'm probably fucked. This part may have to be cut out of the show if they make me do it. Um, well, I give that Superman trailer 5 out of 5. Man, they say if you review it, then they'll excuse it. Anyway, uh, I think he's 10 years younger than us. I think Library 88 was probably born about 75. Am I correct, Library 88? He knows. He seems to know the years. He knows exactly. He says I was 5 when that played, so he would know.
Hmm.
I think Greatest American Hero was about 81, 82. That's my guess. Project UFO was a pretty good show. Um, yeah, I think that's on. I think YouTube shows that. Well, man, I guess my wife gets off work in about 10 minutes. I better brush my teeth and get some sleep. Uh, maybe I'll come back Saturday. Um, I don't know if I have anything. I got to start working on that General Ursus painting. Um, did you want him posed like he's posing for a military picture?
Yeah, like a portrait. I'm thinking like maybe just a neck up portrait.
Oh, just
That's
a
what I was thinking. That was the picture that you showed that made me
yeah.
that
I I'll,
inspired me to to ask you to do it because you in the you said when you held up the picture you said I could do this in color, like I could
oh
paint
yeah,
this. This is something I could paint. That's what you said, and I was like, oh,
yeah,
okay, I'll make it easy for you. Do
I can
paint it
do
for me.
that. I can do that. Yeah, with the different colors and everything. But I thought you were
Yeah,
like thinking like he's posed there, and maybe I
like a
was.
full body shot. No, you don't have to do
No,
that.
I
It'll
wasn't
be
thinking of
easier.
full body shot. I
Just
was
do like
thinking
the
like
close.
I was thinking of like chest up, kind of because you were saying kind of like the picture of my father, the paratrooper
Yeah,
picture.
I would like that. If it was going to be chest up and you showed like a pair of jump wings and some ribbons and he was wearing like a paratrooper uniform instead of a guerrilla uniform, I'd be cool with that.
I didn't think about that. I was thinking, but that's an idea. That's so wild. I was thinking more like wearing his regular uniform, but
Yeah, you could. I'd be fine if he was wearing like a khaki jacket and tie and had like army insignia, like U.S. Army instead of the guerrilla army. I'd be okay with that.
I'll figure it out. That's interesting. You mean, but what makes him General Ursus is that weird Pope type hat the 8 generals had. It would
Yeah, he
look
could
weird
still
if he
have that
just had
on.
a it's like a colonel
Yeah,
cap.
he could still have that on. Maybe put like the colonel's eagle right there on his forehead where it would belong on your dad's on like an army helmet, and instead it's on his helmet
Yeah. Do you have
right
like a
there
shadow
underneath the
box? Do you
ape
have a shadow
writing that
box
weird
of
block.
your? Do you have a shadow box of what you wear? Maybe I could try to put like your stuff on him. Do you have like a picture you could send me of like whatever you would have on your dress uniform or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah,
Just
yeah, I can.
give
I
them
can
all the
send you.
same
I'll
give
send you a
them the
picture
same rank and
of my
and
ribbons. Yeah,
medals.
yeah.
Like he's served in the same war. I don't know if he fucked up. I'll do something. Yeah, I'll do something.
Yeah, yeah, that's cool. I like that idea.
What was your
It's not
idea?
just going to be a picture, a portrait of the General Ursus that everyone knows. It's going to be a personalized General Ursus that's going to have some paratrooper wings and an Army Achievement Medal and an Army Commendation Medal with the oak leaf cluster. Yeah.
So he says, yep, born in 75. So, yeah, that Greatest American Hero, we were 15 years old, believe it or not, when that played. That had more sophisticated special effects. That was about the time Empire Strikes Back came out. By then, people expected good special effects, even from a TV show. Um, yeah, that's why. Yeah, that was good. That was a good show. I just hated his hair. That was the main thing I didn't like, and it just was that Christopher Cross that sang that song. Wonder what happened to that guy.
I don't know.
He was like the greatest singer of our generation, the winner of the new Artist of the Year Grammy. It's like, and he just sang this stuff that secretaries listen to in the office. Sailing, take me away. Damn, the
He was
piece.
no Rupert Holmes, that's for sure.
It was Rupert Holmes. I forgot. See,
Rupert Holmes was the guy that did the Pina Colada song. Very
oh,
much like Christopher Cross. Remember the Pina Colada song where he puts the ad in the newspaper for a girl, and then he ends up meeting the girl that he already had.
yeah, but wasn't Christopher Cross like in reality kind of looked like he kind of was kind of a little bit downsy looking with like I just maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm mixed up with someone else. Like who is that guy that sang "Stepping Out into the Night"? That guy. The- I hated that
Joe
guy.
Jackson.
Yeah, yeah,
Joe Jackson.
yeah. He had a similar look.
Yeah, face for radio. He had a face for radio.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
Christopher Cross. You're thinking. So here's what was happening. The ladies in the office are hearing those songs from Christopher Cross, and they're thinking in their head, Kenny Loggins. Who's the guy that pushed Daryl Hannah down the stairs? What was that guy's name? Jackson Brown. They're thinking those. They're thinking that's who Christopher Cross looks like when they hear him sing the sailing song. They
Did he
think he looks
really
like James
push her
Taylor,
down the
but he
stairs?
doesn't.
Jackson Brown did
Yeah,
that,
yeah, he did.
like in real
Yes, he
life.
did.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, in real life. I'm pretty sure she filed charges. It's an
She
old
was
case. Yeah, I'm
also
pretty sure.
John F. Kennedy Jr.'s girlfriend for a long time. Daryl Hannah. Daryl. That's
Yeah,
weird.
yeah.
Daryl shouldn't be a girl's name. When I think of Daryl, I think of a big fat guy in sixth grade. That Daryl. I won't say his last name,
Yeah,
but
those are all Martha's Vineyard people, is who we were just talking about. Those are Martha's Vineyard people. Those people like Daryl Hannah is connected to Carly Simon, connected to James Taylor, connected to Jackson Brown. Those are all people that at
like
one
him.
time, that was the exclusive place that lived. And that's would explain why Daryl Hannah was dating JFK Jr. Right?
There's someone trying to come in. One in inveterate. One invet. What is inveterate? Well, let's see what this person is. Let's see what's going on, man. We'll try it out, man. Hello, one inveterate. What are you up to?
Hello, long time no talk. Hello?
Hello, who is
Hey,
this? Is
Grottu.
this Adam?
Yeah.
What's going on, Adam? One inveterate. What is
What?
an inveterate?
What is going on? I
Well,
used a word I don't even know, right? Oh no, inveterate is kind of like you know, you're maybe I should have used incorrigible.
oh, you're incorrigible?
Yeah, I don't know, I came up with it. I thought it sounded good. So
Oh, cool,
anyway,
man. Well, you got a camera that works now.
it appears
Maybe
to
you're
work at the
having
moment.
trouble with your Wi-Fi or something.
Yeah, well, at the moment, I've got another phone just for the time being. So I guess it appears to be working.
Ah, cool. So what's up with you?
Well, I've just been been really busy trying to handle some ton of storages I've been having to consolidate, which have been costing me a fortune of merchandise and all kinds of things. And I've narrowed it down, but it's still a lot to go. And
You still trying to
just been trying
sell
to.
comics?
What's that?
You trying to sell comics?
Oh yeah, I'm still selling on eBay. Oh, I too bad. Your friend disappeared.
What happened?
Oh, I noticed Meyer disappeared.
He might have. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it.
I fell asleep. I just woke up.
Oh, there you are. Anyway, I just wanted to come in and see if the connection would actually last.
Yeah, it
And
appears to be. Apparently, Wi-Fi apparently works now.
yeah, well, that's great. I know I came in at the very end of it, but I was trying to get a few comics together. I thought I would to show you if you were
Sure.
interested.
Turn your camera sideways so we can see the CinemaScope view.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm so unfamiliar with doing this.
No, that's all right.
But anyway, it's nice to see you there again and actually be able to stay on here.
Yeah, yeah. You seem to last about an average of 5 seconds with the old system.
Yeah, well, I wasn't 100% sure I would try to come on, but I thought I'd just give it a try. So here I
All
am.
right, fantastic. Well, so you're selling these books?
Well, I don't know, possibly. I don't have any of these listed, most of these, but I'd show you some of the things I've picked up.
All right.
I'm not very good at
What's the
showing.
name of that robot? Is that Mazinga or whatever?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, that's a Mazinga.
Yeah.
I don't have a very good setup here, but I can't even hold the camera right. So anyway, here we go though. I've got I don't know if you've seen this issue before.
Yeah, I bought that when it came out. That's a reprint of the first few issues of Swamp Thing. I don't. It could have some value, but I don't think it does.
No, I don't think it's got very much. Is there a way to get this stuff in focus better? So, because I'm having to pull way back to show this.
Yeah, we see it. Everyone's seen that. Yeah.
It's focused.
Anyway, I should show you that, but and of course I still have the pre-code comics. I think I've gotten some since I seen you last.
Oh, Black Cat.
Yeah, Black
Myers'
Cat.
phone went kaput. Let's see.
And I guess someone was just trying to describe what inveterate means just a minute ago.
Yeah, I know. I just looked. It was kind of. I've never heard it called one inveterate. I usually hear it as an adjective. But yeah, one inveterate gambler. That makes that sounds. But just I never heard it used as a noun.
Anyway, but here you go. I thought you might be. How come this is backwards, by the way?
It's
No, it's
not
fine
showing
on our screen.
backwards. It's okay.
Oh, okay. It's just I'm not used to doing this, so it's like kind of
It's
awkward.
just on your screen,
Anyway,
it's
this is a
backwards.
really neat, huh?
On your screen, it might be backwards.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a really neat comic, and it's in decent shape. I hesitate to open a lot of these. If I had time, I would, but because of the delicacy of them.
Yeah.
And then here we go. I don't know. I might have shown you this one before. This is a Wally Wood cover.
That's a good monster. Can you zoom in on the monster's face?
I'm not good at zooming, but I can.
That's good. I just wanted to see it. That looks cool.
Isn't that neat?
Uh,
There's another monster back behind him. But that's Wally Wood cover art. I'm sure you knew that, Grottu.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm brushing my teeth.
Okay, did you see this one though before?
Have I seen it in books? Yeah. But I
No,
don't think
I
you
think
said
I'd
that.
shown it to you once before.
If you did, I don't remember. I
All
remember you
right.
trying to get me to buy a couple of books, but that wasn't one of them.
Yeah. And here we go. Here's another.
At the time, I didn't
pre-code
have
horror.
any money, but you were really wanting me to buy, I think, one particular book or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was one I think you thought was pretty neat too.
Yeah.
There's Black Cat
I
Mystery,
think a lot of things are neat.
and that is most of these are in decent shape.
Yeah.
This is a pretty cool cover. I don't know if you've seen this one before. God, I don't know why this screen is so difficult to. Have you ever? This is pretty cool. This is one of those superior titles. You know, I think this is maybe Canadian, or I think it's a Canadian. Anyway, I know you love these pre-code comics, even though probably can't afford them. But
Nope, because I'm poor. But
yeah, well, I'm pretty poor myself right now, so I haven't really
maybe
been
could
buying
you bought a
anything.
bunch of those things. Yeah,
Well, you gotta.
those pre-code horror are gonna drive anyone to the poorhouse, man.
Well, no, I mean I'm not poor because I've actually managed to sell a few of them and make a profit.
Oh, good.
Luckily, and this is a kind of a cool
I have
comic.
that because that came out during my lifetime.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I think that's the third appearance of the Punisher.
Oh, I
I
didn't
believe that's
realize
his
that.
third appearance. Huh?
Yeah, I bought it when it came out. I didn't realize it was the third appearance.
Yeah, and that is Gray Morrow art.
Uh-huh.
That's a guy's a good artist,
Yeah, to say the least.
to say the least. And I'm sure you might have this one as well.
Oh, yeah, I got 2 copies of that.
Oh, do you?
Uh-huh.
Isn't that cool? I love that one. That was a kind of neat character.
Yeah, it has Rocket Raccoon in it too for people that care.
Oh, I never cared about that. I got it because of Satana.
Yeah.
I didn't. And then yeah, I remember it went up to some ridiculous amounts of money for a while.
Yeah.
Like ridiculous. Oh, and here you go. This is a really good one as well. Moon Knight. These are all Marvel preview.
Yeah.
Anyways, so how about you, Grottu? You are things going okay there?
Yeah, as good as they can. I think things are good. We got a new president.
Well, I know about that. Yeah, we sure do. And of course, you got Conan.
Yeah, I've got that one. I think I bought. Did I buy that from Kevin? I can't remember. I might have.
Got Savage Tales number 3. Anyway, I just grabbed a few things I thought that would be of interest, or just to show you variety.
Right.
And of course, some of this I can't even show. I could actually open this, but I don't think I could show the inside of it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You were familiar with Land? That's by
Absolutely
Frank
not.
Thorne. Huh?
By who?
Frank Thorne? Yeah.
Oh no, but I'm familiar with what Frank Thorne likes to draw.
Yeah. It's pretty cool though.
Yeah.
And I guess I can show the cover of this. Can't show the inside, but I guess you've heard of Emmanuel.
Yeah.
Pretty cool art. I believe that. Oh, that's Creepax. They printed some of that in those heavy metal issues.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd show you. Okay, and then I'm down. I just here's about a few more things to finish it up with. It's Web of Evil. This is a pretty cool cover.
Yeah.
Some of these I actually might be able to be interested in selling. I do have one listed right now. I think I only have one listed.
Well, you need to let people tell people what your handle is, and they'll so they can look it up.
Okay, great. My handle is on eBay is Sanctum_Magnum, and that's SANCTUM_MAGNUM. Sanctum Magnum.
Okay. And some of these are up for sale there. Or...
Well, only really one of these is right now, but I would probably be consider selling others.
Okay. So they
Anyway,
can
that's
ask about them. Send you a message.
what's it? Oh yeah. Anyway, so here you go. This is a really neat. I haven't seen many copies of this before. In fact, I don't think I'd ever seen this before. Have you?
Uh, in person, no. I've seen it in books. It's,
Okay. Are you seeing this, Kevin?
Yeah, the mummy on the cover.
Yeah, isn't that awesome?
Uh
And this one's pretty neat. Look at the colors pop because of the, what do you call that when the colors were red and green?
Christmas.
Yeah, well, what is the term when you have, is it complementary colors? It really, you know how that it creates that
Yes.
effect where it pops. Anyway,
Yes.
that's a really neat. Gosh, I need to learn how to do this. That's a really neat comic, and that's in pretty good shape.
All right. Did you buy all these online? Or
Actually, yes, I have
you didn't buy them when
online.
they came out?
Oh yeah,
I
back
thought.
when they came out, I bought them. No,
Okay, that's what I thought. That's the correct answer to say. Never even ask you that.
yeah, it's been a while, man. It's been many years, but anyway, yeah, that I thought I'd show you some of these. These are
Yeah.
all pretty great things. Oh, and here's the final one here. Well, pretty much. This is the one I have listed right now, and that's
Okay.
a pretty cool cover.
And that's a Harvey comic. A few
Yes.
years before they started doing Casper and Richie Rich, they were doing
Mm-hmm.
that.
Isn't that
All right.
something?
What are you
Isn't that
selling
cool?
that one for? Well, how much is the asking price on that incredible one?
Well, I have 235 on it. I
Okay.
suppose I could go on if someone's interested, and I could probably negotiate it a bit, but that's what I have it listed for.
Can people
I
pay in
try to be.
Krugerrands?
I'm sorry, what?
Will you take Krugerrands?
Krugerrands, rubles,
Okay.
Krugerrands. Oh, I don't know.
I
But
don't know. I was just wondering. Well, that looks
anyway,
great.
hmm?
I said it looks great.
Isn't that awesome? So that's on there right now. If anybody's interested in checking that out, I'll get some interior shots of it if I can soon. I just placed it up with the cover showing right now, but I can get some interior copy photos if
Okay.
anybody's interested.
Yeah. Well, if anyone's, yeah, they'll probably contact you.
And that one is in a very good, very good condition, approximately.
All right. Cool. And
So anyway,
it's Sanctum Magnum. Is that what you're saying?
yes, Sanctum Magnum, Sanctum _ Magnum.
Oops. Sorry. Sanctum _ Magnum. Okay, Adam.
One
So
more
that's
thing, though. I know you're a fan of this stuff, aren't you? And I don't
uh,
think this is okay to show, probably.
no, probably not. So let's not get the channel in trouble. But we'll talk to you next time, Adam, and everybody. We got to head on out. We got a vamoose because my wife's off work now. Let's see what these people are saying here, man. eBay handle is Sanct. I thought he was going to try to show that book, and I was thinking, man, that'll get me in trouble with the YouTube authorities. Larry 88 says yes. Does anyone ever really? They always say have zzz as the sound that people make when they snore, but does anyone really make a zzz sound when they snore? How did that become a thing? Well, that's great. So good night, all. And what the heck just happened? My wife's dang. Everything's going wrong here. Greta says, "Hello, Meyer." Meyer's not here, but he's in the chat probably. And Kevin, you still there?
I'm here. I'm sleeping though. I was.
That's what I need to be doing, man. What am I doing? Still up? Okay, well, I'll probably talk to you tomorrow or something. Yeah, it'll be super amazing if you get Meyer and my package out because I can't wait to get all that neat stuff. All right, everybody, we're cruising. We'll see you guys later on. We're ending the show. Good night. Mr. Bond.